everyone. So we're here to bring you live coverage of the Iran peace deal situation. We may or may not have coverage of the anti-G7 protests going on in Geneva. I thought we were going to, and then the live streams stopped broadcasting right as I was coming on the air. So I changed the title right now, just says peace deal stuff. And but if I do get footage from the anti-G7 summit protests, I will put it up on the screen. I just don't know if I'll have any. So I'm sorry for the confusion there, but it's a confusing situation with the footage. So right now we're going to focus on this question: will the Iran peace deal be signed today, or will it not be signed? Apparently it's in jeopardy after Israel launched a new strikes in Beirut this morning, in response to Israel says to Hezbollah attacks on Israel. So Iran, that's a huge deal for them, and Iran could attack Israel, and then what'll happen? Then we might have more hostilities. So it's unclear whether this peace deal is going to be signed today. And just give me a second here. Let me just get organized. So just give me a moment. I'm going to show you some things and get you the latest updates here. And also, we have here for you Beirut. Bear with me. Bear with me. Let's take a look at what President Trump had said. So President Trump said this morning, look at what President Trump said this morning at 10:46 a.m. This morning's attack by Israel on Beirut should not have happened, particularly on a special day when we are so close to a peace deal with Iran. Israel has the right to defend itself against threats, but the attack it was responding to was very small and meaningless. Nobody was hurt, injured, or killed. By the way, I believe Lebanon said that there were people injured or killed. I have to double check on this, but I had read that there were reports of fatalities and injuries early this morning when I was reading about this. Where is it here? I'd like to actually get you that. Hold on. Yeah. Where is it here? Lebanon state media said at least 3 people were killed and 15 others injured. for whatever that's worth, okay? That's from a BBC article, but that's what I had seen this morning. Anyways, President Trump said, "We are very close to a deal that will bring peace to the region, including to Lebanon, and all sides should stand down. There should be no more attacks by Israel anywhere in Lebanon, but there should also be no more attacks by any other party, including Hezbollah, against Israel. This could be the beginning of a long and beautiful peace. Let's not blow it. Thanks for your attention to this matter. President Donald Trump." Okay. So he posted that. And, also I saw this report today. Barak Ravid with Axios said he talked to President Trump a couple hours ago. He posted this 2.5 hours ago. 2.5 hours ago, Barak Ravid said, "President Trump told me." President Trump claimed that the signing of the U.S.-Iran deal for ending the war is still on track for today, in spite of the Israeli strike in Beirut and the Iranian threat to retaliate. So Barak Ravid said that President Trump told him today that the signing was still on track for today. President Trump also told Barak Ravid, "Why did Bibi have to effing attack?" And he actually used the swear word, effing, the real word, the actual word, the full word. He said, "I was so pissed off. I let him know. He has no effing judgment. I let him know that." Okay, that's what he said. That's what Trump said he told Bibi. And also, Trey Yingst spoke to Trump a few hours ago. Trey Yingst from Fox 2.5 hours ago said he spoke to President Trump, and Trump says the deal with Iran is expected to be signed in the next 2 to 3 hours. And that was about 2.5 hours ago. All right, so let me see here. I do have hang on. Let me get the shot of Beirut. Well, it's not even live right now. I'm going to put a map up. I'm going to put a map on the screen for you. I may put the live shot of Jerusalem up. That's what I'll do. Bear with me. Please bear with me. Please bear with me. So we want to get you the latest updates. Will this peace deal be signed today or not? Will Iran strike back at Israel after Israel struck Beirut this morning, which is a no-no for Iran? Just to have it up there, I'm going to get the Jerusalem shot on the screen for you. I can see Jerusalem now. There's Jerusalem. And I need to put up there, bear with me for one more second. Getting it up there right now. Get the clock up for you. There. Jerusalem, Israel. Iran time, 10:20 p.m. Actually, I'll put Israel time up there. We'll take some comments on the air. Okay, so there's Jerusalem. Just make sure I have this. Okay, now let me check some. Let me try to get you some updates here from the Middle East. Here, let's look at this. Trump says Israeli strike on Lebanon should not have happened, but Iran deal is closed. Here it is. Wait one sec. All right, give me a moment. Hey, by the way, I want to thank our moderators here. We have Ruth in Bite Mode moderating on YouTube. Roberts May Queen is moderating. Thank you so much. Also, thanks to our moderators. Give me a second here. On Twitch, we have DeBayers, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Thank you so much. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X, moderate for us there. And then our Facebook moderators, thank you so much. Oopsie. Michael Fergal, K. Lowry Body, big thank you. Also, thanks to Jay Carlos from Portugal. Thank you so much, Jay Carlos, for your support. Mitchell Pilot for your support. Isn't President Trump talking about the attack? Oh, maybe I misread his post. Oh, I'm sorry. I misread Trump's post. That's kind of crazy. That's totally my fault. My fault. Oh, maybe I misread it multiple times. That's the weird thing. I misread it now and I misread it earlier. I apologize. So what I want to mention, thanks, Mitchell Pilot, and I think another person, a couple of people in the chat said this too. So President Trump, what he said was, this morning's attack on Beirut should not have happened, particularly on a special deal when we are so close to a peace deal with Iran. Iran has the right to defend itself against threats, but the attack it was responding to was very small and meaningless. Nobody was hurt, injured, killed. For some reason, I twice just misread that and thought he was saying that the attack on Beirut. I thought he was talking about that Iran. Yeah, anyways, I was an idiot. I was an idiot and I was reading this wrong. And I was reading him as saying that he's telling Iran not to strike back at Israel. So, and I misread that as that he was saying that the attack that Iran might respond to was nobody was hurt, injured, or killed. But what he was saying is that Israel should not have attacked Iran. Israel should not have attacked Israel should not have attacked Hezbollah in Beirut, because the attack that Israel was responding to was very small and meaningless, he said. Nobody was hurt, injured, or killed, and should not disrupt this important process. Now, just so you can see what Netanyahu said that Israel was doing today, or the IDF and Netanyahu. Hang on, I'll show you. Yeah, so this was posted by Netanyahu this morning and the defense minister. In response to continued Hezbollah attacks on Israel's territory, including a terror drone strike this morning, Prime Minister Netanyahu and Defense Minister Katz authorized an IDF surgical strike on a Hezbollah terrorist target in the Dahia quarter of Beirut. Israel will not tolerate firing at its territory. And they posted a video, they said, of a terror drone strike from Hezbollah.
הנה הרחפן באמא שלי.
איפה אמא שלך?
הנה ואלוהים פה, למעלה.
על הרחפן?
תראה.
I need to turn down the volume, but this is the video that they
הנה
posted.
הרחפן באמא שלי.
איפה אמא שלך?
הנה ואלוהים פה, למעלה.
על הרחפן?
תראה אותו שם. הנה הוא גם הולך ליפול. הוא נופל, הוא נופל. נופל, תראה את הבן זונה. בום. הנה הרחפן באמא שלי.
So that's Israel's explanation of why they attacked in Beirut, because they said that Hezbollah has been launching attacks on Israel's territory, including a terror drone strike this morning, and they posted the video of what they said was a Hezbollah drone strike. And then President Trump said the attack Israel was responding to was very small and meaningless. Nobody was hurt, injured, or killed, and should not disrupt this important process. So again, President Trump says this morning's attack on Beirut by Israel should not have happened, particularly on a special day. It's his birthday, by the way, his 80th birthday, Trump, when we are so close to a peace deal with Iran. Israel has the right to defend itself against threats, but the attack Israel was responding to was very small and meaningless, he said. Nobody was hurt, injured, or killed, and should not disrupt this important process. We are very close to a deal that will bring peace to the region, including to Lebanon, and all sides should stand down. There should be no more attacks by Israel anywhere in Lebanon, but there should also be no more attacks by any other party, including Hezbollah, against Israel. He doesn't even specifically mention Iran. This could be the beginning of a long and beautiful peace. Let's not blow it. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Hang on a moment here. Okay, now give me a moment. Give me a moment. Okay. A new post from Galibaf, who is the Speaker of Iran's parliament. He just posted right now. Right now. He says, they can never catch any part of the pillars of the pillars of resistance alone and isolated. The valiant struggles of Lebanon's brave fighters and the powerful diplomacy of Iran guarantee the sovereignty and territorial integrity of dear Lebanon and will dismantle the crazy antics and warmongering of the Israeli regime. Spin as we spin. Make of that what you will. He also said 6 hours ago, Israel's incursion into Beirut, into the Dahia area of Beirut, has once again shown that America either lacks the will to fulfill its commitments or the ability to do so. By giving the green light to the Israeli regime, you cannot gain concessions from Iran. The game of bad cop and good cop is outdated. If you lack the will and ability to fulfill your commitments, speaking of continuing the path is not possible. Glenn Cheatham says, how many times has Trump claimed a deal, I think Glenn says, is close? All right, bear with me. I'm checking here for some updates from the Middle East. So bear with me. Thanks for bearing with me as I check for updates from the Middle East. Oh, flights to the west of Iran have been canceled until further notice, but there's no official NOTAM. That's according to Tasnim. Okay, so I'll show you this. But Iran has canceled flights to the western part of the country, but there's no official notice to airmen about this. Iran state media Tasnim. Iran cancels all flights from airports in the western part of the country due to the current situation, but no official NOTAM has been issued. Let me show you this. There. Flights in the western part of Iran canceled until further notice. Flights from airports in the western part of Iran have been canceled until further notice. This decision has been made due to the current situation. Tasnim reporters' follow-ups indicate that no official notice to airmen, aviation notice, has been issued on this matter so far. But that would suggest that maybe there is military activity coming. Again, Israel, Iran, there's a decent chance that they would attack Israel, given that Israel has fired into Lebanon, into Beirut. Last time, was it last week that Israel attacked Beirut? Israel launched missiles at Israel. Sorry, Iran launched missiles at Israel. Primal Scream Anarchy, our viewer, thinks Iran is going to launch missiles. But if that happens, I mean, is there going to still be a peace deal if Iran launches missiles at Israel? And then you would have to think if Iran launches missiles at Israel, that Israel's going to attack Iran again. Could there be missiles being launched during the UFC fight tonight at the White House? The UFC fights. So again, flights canceled in western Iran from Iranian airports. And let me pull up. Let me pull up Flight Radar 24. Old School Gaming says, I don't think this is ever going to end. Hey, thank you, Laura Nolan, for being a member. Thank you, Owl Hippie, for the memberships. Thank you, Owl Hippie. Thank you, Marweed. HQ, thanks Jay Carlos. Thanks our members Crime Trial Addict and Darcy Dudat. Thank you Mitchell Pilot for your support. Julie Ann, our member. Corey 2S, Renewal AJ, thank you. Also, thanks to Tenfold for subscribing on Twitch. Mr. Clam for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you. I am aware that there was a helicopter crash this morning, reportedly in Rio, and that I posted about it on my X account. I know that there was a plane crash in Butler, Missouri that killed 12 people, according to the police there, on all occupants on the plane. We can't, maybe we'll get into it later, but we're covering this breaking news right now. I will let you know if I hear updates. I'm sorry, but I got to focus on one thing at a time. So we're focusing on this right now. Maybe we can update on that later. If I hear any major updates, I will let you know. Also, I do want to mention, and I posted about this on my X account before, that Oliver Tree, who you might not have heard of, but he's a singer and he was a singer and very popular internet personality. He has died in the helicopter crash in Brazil. It was a collision of helicopters, according to TMZ, in Rio, and him and 5 others were killed. So I'll try to get you more on that later. But condolences to his family. All right, I'll try to get you more updates on that later. Here is the Flight Radar 24. And again, Iran has said no, flights are closed in, no flights from its western airports. No flights from its western airports. That's a plane there. One plane from taking off from Kerman going to Tehran. I don't know what's on that plane, but again, no flights from Iran's western airports. They said they have there's no official notice, but according to Tasnim state media, given this current situation, flights from airports in the western part of the country have been canceled until further notice. That plane looks like it's leaving Iranian airspace, Caspian Airlines. Wall Street says not a good sign at all. Here's a little summary of what's going on right now. Trump warns Israel and Iran not to blow it after new strikes threaten emerging ceasefire deal. President Trump on Sunday urged no further attacks by anyone after Israel's military said it launched strikes on Hezbollah targets in Beirut, potentially complicating efforts to finalize a deal to end the U.S.-Iran war. Now, to be clear here, this deal we're talking about is reportedly not going to be some big comprehensive deal. The report suggests that the deal would be something like an agreement to negotiate over 60 days about a bunch of things. Possibly the deal would be something like that maybe the Strait of Hormuz would open immediately and maybe the U.S. would lift its blockade, but the nuclear stuff would be negotiated over the next 60 days. And, issues like what would happen to Iran's highly enriched uranium, That's not supposed to be part of this deal. Also, things like what happens long-term in the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. doesn't want Iran to charge any tolls, but Iran wants to charge what it calls, I think, protection fees or safety fees or something. So just to be clear, this deal is not supposed to be some big comprehensive deal that deals with all the difficult things. It's supposed to be something that gets the war stopped, maybe does some things like, possibly lift the blockade, possibly let Iran have some money or sell some oil for some money, possibly open up the Strait of Hormuz, although there's this question about what does open up really mean? Does Iran still have control over it? And then give us roughly a 60-day period for negotiations. That's the kind of thing you should be thinking about for a deal. But you can see President Trump on Sunday urged no further attacks by anyone after Israel's military said it launched strikes on Hezbollah targets in Beirut, potentially complicating efforts to finalize a deal to end the U.S.-Iran war. Lebanon's health ministry said 3 people were killed and 16 others injured in the Israeli strike in Beirut. You can see this is a photo here of an Israeli strike that struck an apartment in Dahia, Beirut, southern suburbs this morning. Iran warned a military response was coming. Trump reacted on social media, "We are very close to a deal that will bring peace to the region, including to Lebanon, and let's not blow it." Trump later told Fox News, he told Trey Yingst he expected an agreement with Iran to be signed in the coming hours and planned to ask Tehran to not respond to Israel strikes in Beirut. Remember, Trey Yingst reported about 2.5 hours ago. Trey Yingst said that President Trump, 2.5 hours ago roughly, Trey Yingst said that President Trump says the deal with Iran is expected to be signed in the next 2 to 3 hours. That was close to 3 hours ago. Also, President Trump said he asked Prime Minister Netanyahu, "What the F are you doing?" on a call about Israel striking Beirut this morning. President Trump told Trey Yingst of Fox he will ask Iran not to respond with missile fire towards Israel. Also, President Trump told Barack Ravid a couple hours ago, why did Bibi have to do an effing attack? I was so pissed off. I let him know. He has no effing judgment. I let him know that. But he told Barack Ravid, President Trump, that a deal for ending the war is still on track for today. The emerging deal is a disappointment to Israel's government, says AP, which has been sidelined in negotiations led by Pakistan and others. The last time Israel struck Beirut suburbs a week ago, it set off the most serious escalation of fighting between Iran and Israel since the ceasefire took hold April 7th. Trump has pressed Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to stop hitting Lebanon hard while a deal is near, but the Prime Minister has defied him. Trump told Fox News he had asked Netanyahu what he was doing using an expletive. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres urged maximum restraint at this crucial moment. Netanyahu's office said the strikes on Beirut this morning were in response to Hezbollah attacks on northern Israel. Israel's military said Hezbollah launched 3 projectiles. There was no immediate comment from Iranian-backed Hezbollah. Israel's military later said it was preparing for potential incoming fire in the coming hours. Trump described the Hezbollah attack on northern Israel as very small and meaningless. Nobody was hurt, injured, or killed, and should not disrupt this important process. An Associated Press photographer at the scene in Beirut said a 5-story apartment building with shops on the ground floor was struck. Residents of the southern suburbs, many of whom had returned home in the after weeks of relative calm, could be seen fleeing. Iran wants a ceasefire deal, Hezbollah fired missiles into Israel on March 2nd, 2 days after the U.S. and Israel attacked Iran, sparking a war in the Middle East. Israeli troops have since pushed their invasion of Lebanon deeper than at any point in over a quarter century. Iran wants a ceasefire deal to include the fighting in Lebanon stopping. It is unclear whether that would mean Israeli forces withdrawal. Most of Hezbollah's attacks in recent weeks have targeted Israeli troops inside Lebanon. Ibrahim Azizi, who heads the Iranian parliament's National Security Commission and is close to top leaders, said a strong response to Israel is coming. And Iran's parliamentary speaker, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, a lead negotiator for Tehran, warned the U.S. after Israel's strikes on Beirut this morning that if you lack the will and ability to fulfill your commitments, speaking of continuing the path is not possible. Qatari mediators traveled to Tehran today to finalize the agreement, according to two regional officials. The officials expressed cautious optimism that the U.S. and Iran were finally approaching a deal that could halt hostilities, but we'll have to see. Prime Minister of Pakistan Shehbaz Sharif said yesterday the deal would be signed today, while Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson said it could be signed in the coming days. But I think the Iranian foreign ministry spokesperson yesterday said it would not be signed today. The deal is expected to be signed electronically without an in-person ceremony. Okay. And the deal does not solve the thorniest issues between the U.S. and Iran, including Iran's nuclear program or its billions of dollars in frozen funds, but offers a 60-day framework for technical discussions on those issues, according to Pakistani and regional officials. Under the deal being discussed, U.S. and Israel appear to have fallen short of their original goals of destroying Iran's missile and nuclear programs and ending its support for armed proxies in the region. Iran's nuclear program and highly enriched uranium have long been at the center of tensions with the U.S. and Israel. Trump yesterday on social media asserted that when all is calm, the U.S. would go in and downblend and destroy the enriched uranium in Iran or in the U.S. Okay. Give me a moment here. Let's get you the latest updates, and we'll take some more comments. I want to make sure I'm not missing any new updates here. Hang on. Andy thinks, our viewer thinks there'll be no deal. Oh, hey, update from Iranian state media. Tasneem had reported, Iranian state media, a short while ago that flights were not operating in the western part of Iran. But look at this. This is a different Iranian new report from Iranian state media. No new aviation notice issued. Flights are operating as usual. Wow. Spokesperson of the aviation organization in an interview with ISNA, that's Iranian Student News Organization, which is an Iranian student news agency, which I believe is considered semi-official. It is one of the major news agencies in Iran. Hold on a second here. And it is financially supported in part by the government. Okay, so it does have ties to the government. Anyways, it's a major news agency in Iran. They say no new aviation notice issued. Flights are operating as usual. Spokesperson of the aviation organization in an interview with ISNA. No new NOTAM has been issued regarding flight cancellations or airspace closures. The country's flight conditions are normal and flights are operating as scheduled. The airspace, they say the airspace restrictions in the West which existed previously are still in place. But that's confusing because the report from Tasnim said that there were new airspace restrictions in the West due to the current situation. That's what they say, that the airspace restrictions in the West which existed previously are still in place. Whereas Tasnim said there were flights were not operating in the western part from western airports due to the current situation. Recent news about flight bans tonight from the western part of the country is denied. Recent news is denied. Wow. Okay. So they say the country's flight conditions are normal and are operating as scheduled. Recent news, the news came from from Iranian state media. So very strange, very strange, very strange. About maybe 45 minutes ago or so, Iran's state media Tasnim reported that there was a flight ban in the western part of Iran. Now a different Iranian news agency with ties to the government, ISNA, says they're quoting someone from the aviation organization, spokesperson of the aviation organization, claiming that recent news about flight bans from tonight in the western part of the country is denied. Edat says, so we have a he said, she said situation. It's very confusing. Are they intentionally? I mean, someone might argue that the government there is trying to intentionally be confusing. Who knows? Wow. So confusion over whether flight restrictions in Western Iran. Hey, thanks to Susan Ray Silvestri for the memberships. I appreciate that, Susan. Please thank Susan or somebody else if you got a gift membership or a gift subscription for them. Thanks also to Iroquois7550, who says, if you wanted to end a conflict, wouldn't you be careful not to create more martyrs for people to seek vengeance for? Israel seems to do the opposite for a sustaining effect. Iroquois seems to think that Israel is trying to continue this conflict with their strikes. I have no idea. Thank you, Wes Downer, who says, I haven't heard a single mention in the mainstream media of the new U.S. safety corridor in the Strait of Hormuz. It popped up on marine traffic yesterday. You have to have buoys and beacons turned on. I haven't heard about this at all, Wes. I'll see if I can find anything about it. I know in the past months there have been announcements by the U.S. regarding transiting through the Strait of Hormuz, but I'm not sure. I hadn't heard about anything big and new yesterday. I'll have to look into it, Wes. I haven't heard anything about it right now. I'll keep an eye out. If I see anything, I'll post it. Thank you, Wes Downer, for your support. Thank you, I Am Charlie. Owl Hippie, thanks for the memberships. I appreciate that. Also, Cinderpunk on Twitch, Scary Atheist on Twitch, thanks for being a member, for subscribing, I'm sorry. And Tenfold 8, thanks for subscribing. All right, give me a moment. Now, what am I looking at here? Hold on a second. Now I'm confused. I am seeing something weirdly. Oh, I see. I see what I did. I see what I did. Okay. Okay, now, Give me a moment. I am trying to bring you the latest updates here. Are we going to have a peace deal signed today, or might there be new fighting between Iran and Israel today? We do not know. I am trying to get you the latest updates here. I want to show you this. So the head of the National Security Commission of the Iranian parliament, Ebrahim Azizi, wrote this several hours ago. Today's crime by Israel in the Dahia, Beirut, once again proved the U.S. is weak without credibility, as it is not even capable of controlling this illegitimate regime in Israel. A strong response is coming. Give me a moment, just checking for updates here. What will happen in the coming hours? We should do a poll. Let's do a poll right now. What will happen today? Peace deal? Iran attacks Israel, both and or neither. 4 choices. All right, I'm posting the poll right now. So again, the choices are peace deal, Iran attacks Israel, both or neither. No, this is not an exhaustive. Not every possibility for what might happen today is listed. Unfortunately, I do not have room for a poll that can list every possibility of every event that can happen today. So those are the 4 I'm choosing. Okay, the poll is active. Now, here is you guys thinking about the poll. And I meant R today. I meant US today. Fair question, but I mean, in the next day, the rest of the day, US time. How's that? Okay. Here's what people said over on YouTube. The YouTube vote right now is only 8% say peace deal, 51% say Iran attacks Israel, 11% say both, and 29% say neither. On Facebook right now, it's 4% peace deal on Facebook, 33% Iran attacks Israel, 30% both, 33% neither. And then on Twitch right now, it is similar to YouTube. 10% peace deal, 50% Iran attacks Israel, 6% both, 34% say neither. Hang on a moment here. Give me 1 second here. Oops, sorry. Okay. Hang on. Suave says Trump is really dragging this out until elections. Now he says he wants a deal today. Frisian drone aviator thinks no one believes Trump anymore. Herb Greenfinger says Israel makes it worse is always the answer. Jazzy Renee thinks he wants a deal on his birthday. Hunt Beer says he wants it as a birthday brag. Marcus G says Iran will strike and use it as an excuse to not sign the deal. Pauline McKenney says, I don't think Iran will do it today. Strike Israel or sign the deal? Let's hold on a second here. Oops. I messed up. Okay. All right. So thanks for voting in our poll. Again, on Twitch and on YouTube right now, few of you think there will be a peace deal today. And the majority of you think that, well, yes, the majority think that it will be Iran attacks Israel. But a sizable minority thinks that neither of those things will happen today. All right, thanks for voting in our poll. We'll see. We're covering it live. Hey, I want to thank a couple people here. On Facebook, it ended up 4% say peace deal, 35% say Iran attacks Israel, 20% say both, 40% say neither. All right, now hold on a second here. Hey, thanks to Billy B35, our member. Thanks so much, Thomas P0419, for the memberships. That's really nice of you, Thomas P0419. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Vasil Mometko, who thinks people get tired of this back and forth. President Trump just playing with the market and making him and his friends richer. That's what Vasil Mometko says. By the way, the oil market opens in about 2.5 hours. Thanks, John McTavish. John says there were ice at the World Cup game in Boston last night. I've heard nothing about this. I haven't heard about any kind of huge goings on there. I don't know. I can't say, but I haven't heard about any kind of big news story coming out of ice at the World Cup game in Boston. I just Googled it. I don't see any headlines from today, but I don't know the specifics. So that I don't know. But I'm not seeing any headlines about it right now. Thank you, John McTavish. Maybe John was there and saw them. Thank you, Aurelius Suarez from, I think, the UAE. Thank you, Aurelius. Hold on a second here. Is that where Aurelius is? Yes, UAE. Okay. Hang on. Do we have any updates? We are bringing you the latest updates here. Oh, thanks also to Darlene Carrick for the Facebook stars. Thanks, Darlene. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I am checking some Middle Eastern sources right now to see what I can see new. I'm seeing a possible statement from the Iranian Foreign Ministry. Where is it? Where is it? I'm seeing it quoted, but I can't find the original statement. I'd like to find the original statement. Let me see if I check maybe. One of the Iranian websites here. Where's the language? That's not good. Well, that's not working well. If I can confirm the statement, I'll read it to you. I'm seeing this being reported, but I haven't seen the actual statement. I don't like reading reports about statements before I actually confirm where they came from and see the actual statement. I got it. I have the statement right here. I have the statement. I have the statement. So give me a moment, and I'm going to show you the statement from the Iranian Foreign Ministry. I just need a moment, and I will show you this statement. I'm going to get it translated for you right now. Here it is. I have the statement right here. I'm putting it on the screen for you. Statement from Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Here it is. From Iranian state media. Statement by Ministry of Foreign Affairs on the continuation of the crimes of Israel and the attack on the Beirut suburbs. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Iran strongly condemns the terrorist act of the Israeli regime this afternoon, local time, in a military invasion of a residential area in the suburbs of Beirut, which resulted in the martyrdom and injury of a number of Lebanese citizens. This terrorist crime is not only a clear violation of Lebanon's national sovereignty and territorial integrity, but also a gross violation of the ceasefire agreement dated April 10th, 1405. That's the recent ceasefire agreement between Iran and the United States. What thing? Hold on. Yeah, and the 1405 is the Persian current Persian calendar year, I believe. Anyways, that aside, that's the current ceasefire they're talking about. The Islamic Republic of Iran, while recalling the direct responsibility of the U.S. government for the crimes committed by the Israeli regime and the repeated violations of the ceasefire by that regime against Lebanon or Iran, emphasizes its determination to take all necessary measures to exercise the inherent right of self-defense. Obviously, the responsibility for the dangerous consequences of the Israeli regime's arson for regional peace and security will lie with the U.S. and the Israeli regime. So Iran says that they are determined to take all necessary measures to exercise its inherent right of self-defense. That's a new statement from Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Give me a moment here. Give me one moment. Just give me a moment. Thanks for bearing with me. So again, they say that they are determined to take all necessary measures to exercise the inherent right of self-defense. Now, do they interpret that self-defense as attacking Israel today for attacking Hezbollah, who they support in Hezbollah in Lebanon? Oh, I'm sorry. And remember, they specifically say that today's attack by Israel, they claim that today's attack by Israel in Beirut is a violation of the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran. So they say the ceasefire has been violated. One of our viewers, Okan, says, since when has Lebanon become Iran? Again, Iran says that part of the ceasefire was that the U.S. would not, Lebanon would not be attacked. That Hezbollah in Lebanon would not be attacked by Israel. Okay. We'll have to see what they do. Now, this timing here is so strange because we're waiting to see. President Trump said about 3 hours ago, I think a little over 3 hours ago, he told Trey Yingst of Fox News that he expected the deal to be signed in the next 2 to 3 hours. So waiting to see if this deal could be signed today, which could come at any moment, but also at any moment, Iran might attack Israel in response to their attacking Beirut today. SDS Alex says, sure seems to me like Israel engineered a situation that forces America to stay involved in a regional conflict. Danny Soda says, Iran is whining about Israel killing citizens, but has no problem with the killing of 40,000 of their own citizens by their military. You're talking about the claimed numbers that were killed in the protests, I believe. Now, that number it's a disputed number, but experts say thousands and thousands of people were killed in those protests, brutally killed by Iran. Have they previously said the ceasefire has been violated? Yes, I believe they said the same thing last week when Israel attacked Beirut. I believe they did. Misdemeanor asked that question. All right, so what's going to happen? But so this is going on at the same time we have this UFC event is supposed to be happening tonight at the White House. Actually, hold on a second here. The UFC White House, I believe, starts at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. That's my understanding. Which is in 4 hours from now. 4 hours and 13 minutes from now. Also, Bill Huang says thunderstorms tonight. The current weather forecast for D.C. is that there's possible thunderstorms. Possible. I'm just looking at some forecasts here. Hang on. So this is Washington, D.C. forecast. Tonight, showers and thunderstorms, mainly before midnight. Low around 66. What's their hazardous weather outlook? I think these are for water. I'm a little confused about this. Anyways, they say scattered showers and, showers and thunderstorms mainly before midnight. That's according to the National Weather Service in Washington, D.C. Hang on a moment here. So we'll have to see what happens. But I mean, what'll happen if that event is going on and then like there's an Israeli attack, an Iranian attack on Israel? Also, we should go over what President Trump has said the last couple of days. Just a reminder, here is what President Trump said 5 hours ago. This morning's attack by Israel on Beirut should not have happened, particularly on a special day when we are so close to a peace deal with Iran. Israel has the right to defend itself against threats, but the attack that Israel was responding to today was very small and meaningless. Nobody was hurt, injured, or killed and should not disrupt this important process. We are very close to a deal that will bring peace to the region, including to Lebanon, and all sides should stand down. There should be no more attacks anywhere by Israel, anywhere in Lebanon, and there should be no more attacks by any other party, including Hezbollah, against Israel. This could be the beginning of a long and beautiful peace. Let's not blow it. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Hugo Motionless, our viewer, says Trump cannot tell Israel what to do. Hate Luzin says Trump is a goat. I think that's praise from Hate Luzin. Daniel HK9 says, how does it happen 8 times that Israel attacks when Trump tells them not to? Roger Davis Jr. says Israel is an equal partner in all of this. Costin thinks Trump just lets Bibi do whatever he wants. No, I am not going to be streaming the UFC fight at the White House. I wouldn't, and I don't have the rights to show it anyway. Ghost thinks it's going to be another 2-week extension stall. Ooh, let me show you also. President Trump posted something else I wanted to show you. So this is what President Trump posted yesterday. This is what President Trump posted yesterday. Not today, yesterday. He said Barack Hussein Obama's deal with Iran, the JCPOA, was an easy, beautiful, smooth road to a nuclear weapon which Iran would have had 6 years ago and would have used long before now. My agreement with Iran is the exact opposite, a wall to no nuclear weapon. In fact, they no longer want a nuclear weapon, nor will they have one, either through purchase, development, or any form of procurement. The deal is scheduled to get signed tomorrow, he said yesterday. And immediately after it is signed, the Hormuz Strait is open to all. Our relationship with Iran is a much different and better one than previous administrations have had. Unlike Obama's hundreds of billions of dollars in payments to them, including $1.7 billion in green cold cash, no money will exchange hands. At the appropriate time, when all is calm, we will go in and get the nuclear dust buried deep under the powerful sunken granite mountains. Thanks to our beautiful B-2 bombers and their brilliant pilots, and down, blend, and destroy it, whether in Iran or the United States, we look forward to working with Iran and the entire Middle East long into the future. Hopefully this process will all work out quickly, easily, and smoothly. If it doesn't, we have the ultimate alternative, hopefully never to be used again. Sounds like that might be a nuclear weapons reference. I'm not sure. I can't tell. But he said, if it doesn't work out, we have the ultimate alternative, hopefully never to be used again. Thank you for your attention to this matter. John Rocker says he has said 41 times a deal is close. Who will believe him anymore? Anubis says finish the job. David Gray says Iran will never have a nuke. Unknown says they will sign tomorrow, await tomorrow, await tomorrow, ... Zom Bears thinks Iran is doomed. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're bringing you the latest breaking news updates on this situation today. It is now 3:55 p.m. No deal yet. No Iranian attack response to Israel yet. What's going to happen today? I have no idea. Hey, really quick, this is a sponsored broadcast today. So really quick, here is a quick word from me about our sponsor, Rumble Wallet. And right after this quick word from me, we will be back with more live updates. If you've ever been curious about buying and investing in crypto, like Bitcoin and stablecoins like USAT, but felt like it was too complicated, Rumble Wallet is an easy way to get started. You can buy, sell, and manage your cryptocurrencies all in one place, and the app is super straightforward. What really makes Rumble Wallet unique is you can use it to tip your favorite creators with crypto, as long as they have Rumble Wallet too. Getting started is simple. Just download the Rumble Wallet app, sign up or use your existing Rumble Wallet account, complete a few security steps, and you're set up in minutes. You can start with just a few dollars, and with MoonPay built into Rumble Wallet, you can easily buy crypto using your credit card, debit card, or bank wire. So if you've been thinking about the advantages of crypto, download Rumble Wallet now by scanning this QR code or by clicking the link in the show description. Rumble Wallet is a technology provider only and not a custodial service. See terms at wallet.rumble.com. Okay, we are back bringing you the latest updates. No idea what's going to happen today. President Trump said earlier today a deal is going to be signed. For example, he told Trey Yingst of Fox News. Now, Trey Yingst posted this at 12:11 p.m. Okay, so 3 hours and 46 minutes ago, Trey Yingst reported that he spoke with President Trump, and President Trump told him that the deal is expected to be signed in the next 2 to 3 hours. That was what Trey Yingst said 3 hours and 46 minutes ago. Also, Barack Ravid had posted that he talked to President Trump, right? And Barack Ravid posted this at 12:13 p.m., about 3 hours and 44 minutes ago. And President Trump said that 12:09 p.m. actually, so 3 hours and 48 minutes ago, Barack Ravid reported that he talked to President Trump, and President Trump said the signing is still on track for Sunday. The signing of the deal is still on track for today, Trump said. But no word on any signing yet. Plus, Iran and Iranian officials have been issuing threatening statements suggesting that they may strike Israel soon in response to Israel attacking Beirut this morning. Attacking Hezbollah in Beirut this morning. So what is going to happen? I have no idea. We did a poll a little while ago. Some of you think there's going to be, a few of you think the peace deal is going to get signed. More of you think that Israel's going to attack Iran. Some think both are going to happen. Some think neither are going to happen. Then this comes on Trump's 80th birthday. The White House is hosting UFC fights at the White House tonight, I believe starting at 8 p.m. There's a lot going on, and we're just waiting to hear and see what happens. I have no idea. Oops, hold on a second here. We're taking your comments on the air. Oops, what happened here? What happened here? Sorry. Is that not working? Try this one more time. Try this one more time. There we go. I am checking updates from the Middle East. Oh, let me check some Israeli reporting here if I can see anything. Maybe they have some updates coming out of Israel. So N12 News is reporting this. Now, I don't know about this, but this is what N12 News says. Couple things. Oh, a couple things. N12 News Israel says that political leadership in Israel was informed of the likely possibility of a strike in the coming hours from Iran, perhaps even before midnight. Okay? So N12 News Israel says that there is the likely possibility of the strike in the coming hours from Iran on Israel. That is from N12 News. And you can see Israel time is 11:01 p.m. N12 News says that that Israel's political security cabinet is currently meeting in a secret location in Jerusalem due to security requirements and potential for escalation. They report President Trump is trying to get Iran to stop from attacking Israel tonight. So N12 News says that Israel believes, again, I cannot confirm this. N12 News Israel says Israel believes that Trump will soon announce he is giving something to the Iranians in exchange for them not responding to the attack on Beirut. Okay, so hang on. I just want to clarify this. I have no idea if this is going to happen, but N12 News Israel, I'm going to read this again. They say we are publishing, Israel estimates that Trump will soon announce he is giving something to the Iranians in exchange for them not responding to the attack on Dahia, Beirut. It is not known what this is, but it is the effort behind the scenes. I have no idea if that's true. So again, they say Israel estimates Trump will soon announce that he is giving something to the Iranians in exchange for them not responding to the attack on Dahia, Beirut. I do not know if that's going to happen, but it's an interesting report from N12 News Israel. Okay. One of the viewers, Chris Plamadan says relief of sanctions, I think. Al Pereira says, okay, bro. Rhino says golf membership. Heinz Stark thinks Iran is not signing anything. I don't know why anyone would think that. Maxine says money. Ludo says he's got nothing. Dean R says, I sense a growing rift. N12 News says Israel is worried that the U.S. will sign a deal with Iran. That part of that deal is that Israel will not be able to do attacks in Lebanon anymore on Hezbollah. Oh, hey guys, N12 News also reports that one of the people closest to the Prime Minister Netanyahu told Channel 12 News Israel that Trump's tweet today was met with astonishment. A senior Israeli official said this evening, Trump's announcement is a resounding slap in the face. The expectation that we will not be attacked on Lebanese territory does not correspond with the narrative of a strategic ally. I don't know if that's a bad translation. Anyways, this is the Trump post on Truth Social that's being talked about, which was Trump saying that Israel shouldn't have responded and that the attack they were responding to was meaningless and no one got hurt in it. This one here. This is this morning. This morning's attack on Beirut by Israel should not have happened, particularly on a special day when we're so close to a peace deal with Iran. Israel has the right to defend itself against threats, but the attack it was responding to was very small and meaningless. Nobody was hurt, injured, or killed, and should not disrupt this important process. There should be no more attacks by Israel anywhere in Lebanon. Right? So, again, N12 News reports that one of the closest people to Prime Minister Netanyahu told Channel 12 that Trump's tweet was met with astonishment. A senior official said this evening, Trump's announcement is a resounding slap in the face. Supermax Dan says, why does Trump seem so desperate to not go back to war? Pezzi says, Bibi doesn't want Trump to sign with Iran. Oh, hold on a second here. Oh, our viewer pointed out something. Mark Levin, who is often a big supporter of Trump, posted this, though, today. Who said it? One of our viewers. Unleashed Flute mentioned this. Mark Levin, again, who often supports President Trump, said this morning, I had to read this twice. The tweet where Trump was saying that Israel should have not attacked Hezbollah in Beirut and that the attack that Israel was responding to was very small and meaningless. Nobody was hurt, injured, or killed and should not disrupt this important process. Mark Levin, widely watched conservative news personality. Rectum thinks Mark Levin supports Israel first. Birdie says, I agree, Mark Levin. What an insult. Oh, hold on a moment here. Khan News, also Israel, also reports tonight. Khan News reports that Khan News Israel says Israel's political security cabinet is meeting tonight in a bunker in the shadow of preparations for an Iranian attack tonight. The Israeli position is, if Iran responds, so will we. And they're also saying that the confrontation between Trump and Israel is emerging as more significant this time than before. They say Trump is pressuring Israel and Iran to not do more fighting. Sandy Lucas says, what a mess. Trying to get you the latest updates. Hey, thank you, by the way, to for your support. Fast Speak. Fast Speak says today's possible deal. Oops, by the way, I didn't end the poll on YouTube. Fast Speak believes that today's possible deal would only be a placebo deal, a ceasefire extension, if anything. That's what Fast Speak thinks. Thanks so much, Fast Speak, for your support. I think Fast Speak is in Switzerland. Thank you. Elijah Denton, thank you for the membership. Thanks, Elijah Denton. Hank LG, thanks for your support from Europe. Least Trustworthy Weasel, thank you for your support. Dawn, thank you so much, Dawn. Dawn says there's a whole line of storms coming into D.C. Glad to see you all today. I'm only 4 days out from hip tendon surgery. Feel better. Oh, no, good luck. Good luck, Dawn. I can't tell if she just had it or she's going to have it. Feel better or good luck. Pebble Girl, thank you. Hang on a moment here. Let me do something real quick. Let me do something real quick here. One moment. One moment. I'm going to show you a weather radar. That's a good idea. Just bear with me for a second here. I'll pull a weather radar up so we can look at it. Where is this? Okay, now, can I put this up here? Where is it? Oh, here is the radar from, where is it? There's DC. This is from WeatherWise. Hey guys, look, it's WeatherWise. WeatherWise app. So there is Washington, D.C. right there. Severe potential weather. It says eastern Maryland, far southern Pennsylvania. Thunderstorm clusters will move eastward with damaging wind potential into the afternoon, evening. Anyways, we'll keep an eye on this. But again, there's Washington, D.C. This is the composite radar. And there's some rain coming, it looks like. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that. Tony Wilson says, Ryan Hall to call the fights. Wow. It's now 4:16 p.m. We don't know what's going to happen. Hold on. I just saw a report about something. CNN reports that Qatari negotiators are still in Tehran to ensure that talks remain on track. That is what CNN just reported. That Qatari negotiators are still in Iran to ensure that talks remain on track. Also, Faytux News mentioned this. CNN reported that CNN reports that Prime Minister Netanyahu is seeking an urgent meeting with Trump after the G7 conference. They say that Netanyahu is trying to arrange a meeting with Trump after Trump returns from the G7 next weekend or soon thereafter. This comes after Trump said this morning that Israel should not have attacked Beirut today, and said that the attack by Hezbollah that Israel was responding to, what were the words Trump used? He said the attack that Israel was responding to by Hezbollah was very small and meaningless. Let's take some comments from you guys and bring you updates. Now, Twilu, our viewer, says, doesn't matter, they sign and rockets will still be flying. That's another possibility. They could sign and then there could still be fighting after that. That's true. Hey, shout out to our moderators, by the way. Let me shout out our moderators. I really appreciate it. We have moderating right now. Ruth is on YouTube. Beth Mythical over on YouTube. Thank you, Ruth and Beth Mythical. And Michael Fergal and Kay Lowry Body and Andrea Holder on Facebook. Oops, I'm really messing things up now. Here we go. There we go. Thank you. And I also want to thank on Twitch, Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X. Thanks to all of our moderators. Also, thanks to Recovering Too Slow on Twitch for subscribing, and Natural for subscribing on Twitch. Kendra Fox, thanks for your support on Twitch. Qbat, thanks for your gift sub on Twitch. That's very nice of you. I got behind on thanking people on Twitch. Oh no. Malice Bixie, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Cinderpunk, And Heon New 3, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Scary Atheist, I'm not sure if I thanked before, but thanks Scary Atheist for subscribing as well on Twitch. All right, so let's kind of take stock and see where we're at. I gotta keeping an eye on the Middle East reports, though. Hold on. Keeping an eye on Iranian state media. Oh, hey guys, look at this. Advisor to Supreme Leader. Update from Iranian state media. Update from Iranian state media mayor. New update. Mayor News Iran state media posted this. They say, advisor to the Supreme Leader of Iran says the miscalculation in Beirut earlier today ended the patience and the order was issued. 0 hour has arrived and the launchers are getting ready. Hezbollah is an integral part of the axis of resistance. If the fire of mischief in Lebanon is not extinguished, the two powerful geographic arms, namely Hormuz and Bab al-Mandab, that's the strait in the Strait of Hormuz, that's the strait that where ships exit from the Red Sea, where the Houthis are near that strait. He says, if the fire of mischief in Lebanon is not extinguished, the two powerful geographic arms, namely Hormuz and Bab al-Mandab straits, will press your economic lifelines to strategic suffocation. And again, he says, 0 hour has arrived and the launchers are getting ready. I don't know what's going to actually happen here, but I'm just mentioning. That's Ali Akbar Velayati who posted that. Oops. Ali Akbar Velayati. Representatives of the Supreme Leader. One second here. Hang on. I'm actually going to show you that on his page. To show you his page. Here is his page. You can see. He posted that 27 minutes ago. This is 27 minutes ago from Ali Akbar Velayati, Foreign Minister of Foreign Affairs and advisor to the Supreme Leader of Iran. A computational error in, this is the translation here. A computational error in Beirut exhausted patience and the order was issued. 0 hour has arrived and the launchers are preparing. Okay. Dark Moore says, I bet it's going to start soon at 1 a.m. It's Israel time, 11:24 p.m. right now. Could we be seeing soon Iran launch missiles at Israel? Daniel Fletcher says, why would they announce that? Well, I don't think it'll be a big surprise if Iran attacks Israel. That's what happened last week. Israel launched strikes in Beirut, and Iran had said that was going to be a red line for them, and then they launched missiles at Israel. So I don't think it'll be a surprise if Iran does that. But if Iran does fire missiles at Israel, I would also expect Israel to fire back at Iran. Yes, Iranian state media Fars also posted that statement from the advisor to the supreme leader that says 0 hour has arrived and the launchers are getting ready. N12 News Israel also reported that threat. Advisor to Majtaba Khamenei makes explicit threat. The hour has come. The missile launchers are ready. Give me one moment here. Hey, thanks to Michael Hutchinson for your support. Michael does not think a signed deal will happen and that missiles will still fly. There is too much going on with Israel and Lebanon. No deal this time. Thanks also, Stephen Briones, for your support. Craig P., thanks for your support. Craig says, we love President Trump. Thanks, King Naka, for being a member. John McTavish, thanks for your support. Confidence in God, thanks for your support. Chris D., thanks for your support. Chris D. says, the longer this goes on, the more BB wins. Isn't that obvious by now? Thanks, I am Charlie, who says, Lebanon army is not strong enough to stop Hezbollah. That's why peace between Israel and Lebanon matters. He talks about money that Hezbollah receives from Iran. Iran is the big funder of Hezbollah. Thanks, Pebble Girl, for being a member as well. All right, hold on. We're getting you updates here. Checking from the Middle East for more updates. Something could happen at any moment. I want to bring this possibility up again. It is possible that there could be fighting going on in the Middle East during the UFC fights at the White House. That could happen. I believe the UFC fights start at the White House at 8 p.m. Eastern. New post from President Trump. New post from President Trump. News update, news post from President Trump. Here he says, Senator Jack Reed, a Democrat from Rhode Island, lied when stating the deal we just made is not as good as the Obama disaster known as the JCPOA. Reed is either an outright fraud or incompetent. The Obama deal was a road to a nuclear weapon for Iran, cash and all, one of the worst and dumbest, hence Democrats, deals ever made by the U.S. Our deal is a wall against Iran ever having a nuclear weapon, the complete opposite of Obama. Impeach Jack Reed. That was just posted by President Trump. New post by President Trump. Give me one quick moment here. Oops. Had he used the term Obama before? I'm not sure. That I don't know. He used it today. Uh-oh. Hold on. I need a moment. I need a quick moment here. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for your patience. Barry says, I haven't heard that one. I don't know if he has. I just don't know. Darcy says, I think that's a new one for him. Now, again, he says the deal we've made, but it hasn't been signed yet. He didn't give an update in that post about about the possible signing of the deal today. There is concern in Israel that sometime tonight, really at any time, Iran could launch missiles at Israel after Israel launched strikes in Beirut. Here, I was gonna mention this. Hold on, give you a little summary of things. Trump says Israeli strike on Lebanon should not have happened, but Iran deal close. Reuters says President Trump criticized an Israeli strike on Beirut, Lebanon, that could complicate attempts to finalize a framework deal between the U.S. and Iran on Sunday on ending their war, but said an agreement was nonetheless close. Iranian negotiator Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf said Israel's attack on the southern suburbs of Beirut, which Israel said targeted Iranian-backed Hezbollah militants, showed the U.S. lacks the will or ability to fulfill its commitments. Iran's foreign ministry said it holds the U.S. responsible for Iran's attack on Lebanon. In Beirut specifically, Iran warned of a strong response. Its top joint military commander said the finger is on the trigger, ready to fire at the enemy's heart. President Trump on Truth Social today said this morning's attack on Beirut should not have happened, particularly on a special day when we are so close to a peace deal with Iran. He said all sides should stand down. We are very close to a deal that will bring peace to the region, including to Lebanon. Reuters says the conflict between Israel and Iran-aligned Hezbollah in Lebanon was reignited by the start of the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran in February. Israel has said it is not a party to the planned U.S.-Iran deal. Prime Minister Netanyahu has differed with Trump over American demands that Israel curb its military action in Lebanon to allow the U.S. to reach a peace deal with Iran. Iran wants a deal to specify that Israel cannot launch attacks in Lebanon. Trump and mediator country Pakistan said yesterday they expected the deal would be signed today, which is the president's 80th birthday. An official involved in the talks said today mediators were optimistic the deal was, quote, nearly over the line. A Kremlin aide said Trump told Russian President Putin today by phone that a deal was near. Iran cast doubt over the timing even before the strike on Beirut, saying on Saturday the signing would not be Sunday, though it could happen in the coming days. A senior Iranian official told Reuters that, under the terms of the draft deal, the U.S. will agree to release $25 billion of frozen Iranian assets, while Iran would agree not to produce or acquire nuclear weapons. There's all these claims about the deal. It's unclear what's in the deal. A number of reports say it's something to the effect of Iran will open the Strait of Hormuz and the U.S. will lift its blockade, and there'll be a 60-day period to negotiate stuff about Iran's nuclear program. But it's also unclear, does Iran get any money at the start of the deal or not? No idea. There's reporting that says Iran has wanted that, but that's, I don't think, something that President Trump would want. So who knows? Qatari negotiators flew to Tehran this morning as part of the efforts to finalize the agreement, a source with knowledge told Reuters. The Israeli military said today Hezbollah had launched 3 projectiles towards communities in northern Israel. Israel then fired at what it called Hezbollah targets in the Dahia neighborhood of Beirut in an attack that Lebanon civil defense said killed 3 people. Fox News quoted an unidentified diplomat involved in the talks as saying the Israeli strikes were complicating efforts to finalize the U.S.-Iran deal. And a diplomat told Fox News that the Israeli strikes in Beirut today were an attempt to sabotage the peace deal. Israel did not respond to that assertion. Israel has said it will retain freedom of operations in Lebanon. But Iran has made a full ceasefire, including in Lebanon, an important component. Iran has made a full ceasefire in Lebanon an important component of its demands. Draft terms described to Reuters by multiple sources indicate the U.S. would begin releasing frozen Iranian assets and waive sanctions on Iran's oil exports so they could sell oil in return for Iran opening the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's nuclear program would then be addressed during a 60-day period of talks. A U.S. official claimed the agreement would ultimately lead to the dismantling of Iran's nuclear program, with its stockpile of highly enriched uranium to be destroyed and removed. The senior Iranian official said the draft would allow Iran, which denies seeking a nuclear bomb, to dilute its enriched uranium inside Iran. Pentagon Chief Pete Hegseth said the end of the naval blockade on Iran would start immediately once an accord was signed, but the timing would depend on the strait reopening. All right, so who knows what's going to happen here? Who knows what's going to happen here? It's not even clear what's in this draft deal. Let's see here. Fred Withrow says, what a mess. Peach Prowler says it's Iran's money, not U.S. money. Nader Chaser TV says, but the Obama deal was terrible, right? Monkey Mars says Iran is never going to agree to not making nukes. Who are we fooling? Bunch of nonsense. Tay Logan says Obama deal sunsetted with no accountability by Iran. Devil Dog says this is not a deal, this is just defeat. Midtown Mike says it's pretty obvious Israel ain't in with the group. All right, we're waiting to see, will Iran attack Israel tonight? I honestly have no idea what's going to happen. Oh, is there a new post by President Trump? New post by President Trump. Look at this. 3 minutes ago, new post by President Trump. He says, Victoria Coates of the Heritage Foundation is absolutely fantastic. She gets it like few others do. Thank you, Victoria. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, and the Strait of Hormuz will be opening up for business very shortly. President DJT. I thought it was already open, one of our viewers said. Give me a moment here. Hold on. Need a minute. Need a second. So he says the Strait of Hormuz will be opening up for business very shortly. He just posted that. Yeah, what was the post? Hold on a second here. Now, what was the post? Was it CENTCOM who posted a couple days ago and said that the strait was open? Yes. Yes, this is it. So this is what CENTCOM posted 2 days ago. So 2 days ago, this is from CENTCOM. It says, 2 days ago, Iran launched multiple one-way attack drones in an attempt to strike commercial ships transiting the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. forces have downed all of them in recent hours as traffic flow through the strait continues unimpeded. The international trade corridor remains open for transit. That's what they said 2 days ago. Remember also, I do want to point out that Trey Yingst from Fox News, over about 4.5 hours ago, Trey Yingst from Fox News posted about 4.5 hours ago, 12:11 p.m., 4.5 hours ago. And he said he spoke to President Trump, and President Trump said the deal with Iran is expected to be signed in the next 2 to 3 hours. That is what Trey Yingst reported 4.5 hours ago. Yes, James Zandarsky says oil markets open at 6 p.m. Yes. 6 p.m. Eastern. Vita for Life thinks the strait is not opening up. Matt Allen says 2 more weeks. VMS Reno says it's been very shortly for 3 months. Pendergasted says, isn't this just a deal about having a deal? Well, it's been reported the deal might have things where like Iran gets some funds and the Strait of Hormuz opens up at least temporarily and the U.S. removes its blockade. I don't know if any of that's going to happen, though, if there is a deal. We do not know. Oh, Amakai Stein just posted that that Netanyahu, and Amakai Stein is with Jerusalem Post, contributor, and he's with I-24 News. He says Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu and U.S. President Trump spoke by phone. Source with knowledge tells the Jerusalem Post. Again, Amakai Stein, Israeli reporter, just posted 5 minutes ago that Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu and U.S. President Trump spoke by phone. Source with knowledge tells the Jerusalem Post. I have an update from N12 News. N12 News says, President Trump told Netanyahu that the agreement could be signed possibly as early as tonight. Again, N12 News says, Netanyahu and Trump spoke. The president updated on progress towards signing an agreement possibly as early as tonight. The cabinet meeting in Israel was interrupted due to the Trump-Netanyahu call. A cabinet minister told N12 News Israel, the Americans are trying to end the event and sign a memorandum of understanding as soon as possible that will prevent an Iranian response to Israel's attack on Beirut today. That is from N12 News Israel. T11 Star says maybe it gets signed before the end of the year. So again, Trump and Netanyahu reportedly talked in recent minutes. What is going to happen? It's 11:48 Israel time. Oh my gosh. Is there going to be a deal? Is Iran going to launch missiles at Israel? Wow. What is going to happen? And in about 3 hours, there's supposed to be UFC fights at the White House. Deal or no deal, says Ronnie Coleman, our viewer. Wow, there's a lot going on. What is going to happen? Hey, thank you so much to Shaf for the memberships. That's really nice of you, Shaf. Thanks, Shaf. Also, thanks to AZ Intel's dad for all your support. So nice of you, AZ Intel's dad. Thank you. Eric Dodge Live. Thanks for your support and thanks for shouting out the moderators. Israel Bishop, thanks for the membership. Thank you. Queen of the South, thank you for your support for being a member. Thank you, Paul Grogan, who says thanks to who shouted out the moderators. Thanks, Paul. Thanks also So East MN Mark, who says, I feel bad for the Iranian people. They need to be free from the Revolutionary Guard. Thanks King Naka for being a member. Michael McIntyre for being a member. Wow. What time is a deal supposed to be signed? Oh, well, there's no fixed time for a deal. President Trump said over 4.5 hours ago that he expected it. He said again, Barack Ravid had said over 4.5 hours ago, Barack Ravid said he talked to President Trump and President Trump told him over 4.5 hours ago that he expected the deal to be signed in the next 2 to 3 hours. But that was over 4.5 hours ago. Also, Barack Ravid said Trump told him today on the phone or I assume was on the phone. He said he talked to President Trump, and President Trump told Barack Ravid, "Why did Bibi have to do a effing attack? I was so pissed off. I let him know he has no effing judgment. I let him know that." Also, Trey Yingst said Trump told him, Trey Yingst talked to Trump today from Fox, Trump told Trey Yingst that he asked Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, "What the F are you doing?" on a call after the Israeli strikes against Beirut. He told Netanyahu to not conduct additional strikes. What is this? Hold on.
UFC starts in a couple minutes, like from the top of the White House.
The White House just posted a video by Eric Trump where he mentions the UFC. Oops, hold on a second. He said that the UFC starts
All right, guys, UFC starts in a couple hours.
in a couple hours. There is the view that Eric Trump posted from the White House, top of the White House, of the scene there at the White House. Here it is. Hold on, I'll show it to you. There is the view from the top of the White House of the temporary stadium and fighting ring next to the White House. What is going to happen tonight? Oh my gosh, I have no idea. I have no idea. It is 11:53. It's almost midnight Israel time. Again, Netanyahu and President Trump spoke a little while ago, according to Israeli media. I am looking for new updates here. This is an interesting post from Fars State Media. Now, remember, right now it is no longer Sunday in Iran. It is Monday in Iran. Someone online or one of our viewers or something had a theory that Iran would not sign it on Sunday their time. And they could sign it on Monday their time and claim that they had not signed it on Trump's birthday, even if it's Trump's birthday in the US. But that was before Israel attacked Beirut. Anyways, Fars News, Iran state media said the nuclear deal was not signed on Trump's promised Sunday. U.S. President Trump's claim that the nuclear deal, U.S. President Trump's claim, hang on. that the nuclear deal would be finalized on Sunday was effectively nullified as the day passed without any agreement being reached. Well, it's still Sunday in the U.S. Trump had repeatedly emphasized Sunday as the day the deal would be signed in recent days. But it is still Sunday in the U.S. However, officials of Iran had previously clearly stated that the final agreement had not been reached. Even if it were finalized, they stressed there was no obligation to comply with the date announced by Trump and that this date could not be dictated by the other party. Now, with Sunday ending, they say, without any significant effect, it has become clear that this claim, like many of Trump's previous statements, lacked real validity and was designed as part of psychological operations and misinformation. That is Iranian state media. Again, it's still Sunday, the U.S. time. But that is a statement from Iranian state media Fars. N12 News Israel reports that the Israeli Security Cabinet meeting, which was happening in a bunker, has ended. Higstream says U.S. probably gearing up for a major strike. Bogan thinks Trump is trying to manifest a deal. What is going to happen? Concerned Homo sapien thinks Iran will not sign it during Trump's birthday, even U.S. time. See if there's any other reporting floating around. It is almost midnight Israel time. Oh, the Wall Street Journal talked to Trump today. Wall Street Journal, President Trump plans to issue a statement imminently confirming that the U.S. has agreed to a deal with Iran. Breaking news, Wall Street Journal, new news by the Wall Street Journal. President Trump plans to issue a statement imminently confirming that the U.S. has agreed to a deal with Iran, he told the Wall Street Journal on Sunday afternoon. All right, I'm going to tell you something else, but they just said this. They talked to him this afternoon. This is a new report from the Wall Street Journal. It just came out a couple minutes ago. So the Wall Street Journal talked to Trump. Okay? They say President Trump plans to issue a statement imminently confirming the U.S. has agreed to a deal with Iran, he told the Wall Street Journal this afternoon. Now, Trump said this deal, which Iran hasn't yet confirmed it would agree to. Now, I don't know if Trump said that or the Wall Street Journal is saying that. Well, he said it'll be signed electronically either by himself or Vice President Vance. Trump said the deal would include an agreement from Iran to not obtain nuclear weapons and an immediate reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Trump said, I think Iran wants to get it done. This has never happened to them before. He said there would be strong inspections on the Iranians, but didn't say how those would work. He said Iran would not be provided cash in the deal, but sanctions could potentially be lifted. Trump said Bibi is okay with the deal. Okay, so again, I don't know what's going to happen, but the Wall Street Journal just reported a few minutes ago saying they talked to Trump, and Trump says he plans to issue a statement imminently confirming that the U.S. has agreed to a deal with Iran. What can I say, guys? I don't know. The headline from the Wall Street Journal says, Trump says Iran deal is imminent, but Tehran so far hasn't confirmed. All right, let me take some comments here. So I'm just passing along that report. Lucas Block says, doesn't it belong to two sides for a deal? So Bendy thinks Bibi is fuming right now. Hate Luzin thinks 50-cent gas is incoming. 50 cents gas is incoming. Is coming. Ruth says, none of us know. Jewelry Affairs says, bullcrap. FR says, deal agreed. Ludo thinks Trump is lying. Hey, by the way, thanks to Random Nobody for your support. That's really nice of you. Random Nobody says, bet you $1 there is no deal. Thanks, C. Serwin, for your support. Thanks, Miss Curvy, 6922 for the gift memberships. That's really nice of you and for your support. Is there going to be a real end, she says. We'll have to see. Thank you, Anav Froman. Anav Froman for your support. Anav Froman 8. I really appreciate that. Vlachy Guy, thanks for the memberships. Vlachy Guy. Be sure to thank Vlachy Guy or someone else if they gave you a membership, or Miss Curvy or somebody else. Driving Sue. As I mentioned, I posted on my social media, there was a plane with 12 people on it. I believe the authorities said that crashed today, and those people died in I talked about this earlier, where my brain isn't working. In Missouri, I think it was. Yeah, so we're not focusing on that right now. Maybe we can talk about it a little more later, but I'm trying to focus on this because of all the breaking developments. So it's a sad story, but maybe we can talk about it more a little later. Thank you so much, Driving Sue. And I'm just trying to keep the focus on this because there's all these developments happening. Let's see here. And who knows when something's going to happen next. Yeah, Butler, Missouri, I believe it was. Hang on a moment here. Thanks also to Patton Clan for subscribing on Twitch. Big Dog Gaming on Twitch for your support. DeNatural for subscribing on Twitch as well. All right, so we don't know what's going to happen moment to moment here. Again, Wall Street Journal saying they just spoke to Trump. They spoke to Trump this afternoon, and they just reported, they just reported that Trump says that he plans to issue a state imminently. That means in the very, very near future. confirming that the U.S. has agreed to a deal with Iran. That's what he says. Yeah, regarding Missouri, the plane crash, really quick. 12 people killed in Missouri plane crash. State Highway Patrol says it was in Butler, Missouri. It was a private plane. There were 12 occupants of the plane, 11 skydivers, and a pilot. It crashed soon after takeoff. That is a local airplane taking off from a local airport and appears to be an accident. Family members of the victims witnessed the crash. Terrible. Condolences to the family members of those people who passed away. Investigators are on their way to investigate the crash. And as I mentioned earlier, the popular American social media personality and singer Oliver Tree. Well, he has a wide following. I know a bunch of you may not know who he is, but he did have a wide following. He died in a helicopter collision accident, reportedly in Brazil. Along with, I think, 5 others. So condolences to their families as well. This was a helicopter crash in Rio de Janeiro. Six people died. Maybe we can talk about that more later. But let's try to get some more updates. Hold on a second. I have a live shot from the White House. Hey guys, I'm going to put up the live shot from the White House. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. Is that the White House? Oh no, this is the south lawn of the White House. Wait, the south lawn. This is near the White House. Hang on, let me just figure this out. Yeah, this is in the White House grounds, right? I'm going to show you the shot that I have, and you can tell me where exactly it is. I don't know if everything in the shot is at the White House, but we just have a new shot from it says South Lawn. You know, it's a little confusing. Let me show you this video I have, this live video. Hold on. I'm going to get it on the screen for you. Let me get this on the screen for you. All right, here it is. Now this is going to be bear with me a moment. Bear with me a moment. Are you ready for the video, for the live video? Here it is. Oh my gosh. Is there sound on this video? Let's see. Not really. There it is. Now, the arch is where the fight's going to be. But so that's I'm a little confused. We're looking at the White House lawn. That's a view of the White House lawn. Am I correct? Yeah, you can see the White House in the back here. There's the White House right there. Right? That's the top of the White House. I'm going to say view of White House. View of White House lawn. That's what we're looking at. Okay, so that is there. You can see it there. That's from Reuters. And we'll keep an eye on that as well. But I wanted you to be able to see that. There's actually some security vehicles at the bottom there. See the armored vehicle at the bottom? Hey, thanks, Random Nobody. Thank you, Random Nobody. Random Nobody says this is Thunderdome. Thank you also, Karen in Canada, who thinks Trump is desperate that the deal has his birth date on it. Thanks, Almighty J, who says something similar. Almighty J thinks Trump is making everything up in his head because it's his birthday. Thanks to Jim MZ2. Jim says a deal to talk about a deal. ES Action says, I voted for this. All right, so we're keeping an eye on that. And yes, this is the view of the south lawn of the White House. Now, let's see if we have updates here. We're waiting to see if we have updates on what's going to happen. Will there be a deal announced? President Trump is going to be attending these fights tonight. So, I mean, you could have a situation where he's attending the fights, but there's no deal announced yet, but there's like a threat that Israel could be attacked by Iran at any moment. That could happen. How is this going to play out? Phoenix thinks Iran will attack Israel when the White House when the fights begin at the White House. The Washington Post says Trump today, in interviews with two outlets, Fox and Axios, said he spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel today and disparaged Netanyahu's judgment in launching the latest Israeli strike on Beirut this morning, using profanity to describe their tense conversation. Trump told Axios, it is so bad I couldn't believe it, talking about Israel striking Hezbollah targets in Beirut this morning, Israel said after Hezbollah conducted attacks on Israel. Trump told Axios, it is so bad I couldn't believe it an hour before we are supposed to sign the deal. Why did Bibi have to do an effing attack? I was so pissed off, I let him know. He has no effing judgment. I let him know that, Trump said to Axios. Israel said it targeted what it called a Hezbollah command center Sunday in response to an attack by Hezbollah. Earlier in the day, Israel reported that Hezbollah launched 3 projectiles toward northern Israel. Israel's foreign ministry said today that Iran's proxy Hezbollah is the one that attacked Israel again this morning, completely unprovoked. Trump said the attack that Israel was responding to by Hezbollah was, quote, very small and meaningless. Nobody was hurt, injured, or killed. Pete Hegseth told Face the Nation today, from all I know, we are still on track. It is not a matter of if, it is a matter of when. There's logistics involved into how these things happen. The Washington Post says officials from the U.S., Iran, and Pakistan outlined the contours of the expected deal on Friday. The initial deal was expected to extend the ceasefire for 60 days, during which time Iran would be expected to reopen the vital Strait of Hormuz and work with the U.S. to dismantle nuclear material in the country that could be used to create a weapon. In exchange, Iran would eventually receive relief from sanctions and the U.S. blockade, as well as access to billions of dollars in frozen assets, but would have to reach certain benchmarks that would be set through further negotiations. Oh, hold on a second. Hey, there's a new post from the Prime Minister of Pakistan. The assigning is supposed to be Friday. Breaking news! Breaking news! Big breaking news. Wait a second. We have a post now from the Prime Minister of Pakistan. Thank you to AZ Intel, who mentioned this to me. Thanks to AZ Intel. Prime Minister of Pakistan. Signing on Friday. Signing on Friday. Following intensive talks, we are pleased to announce that the peace deal between the U.S. and Iran has been reached. Both sides have declared the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon. The official signing ceremony will be on Friday. In Switzerland, Friday. We would like to thank the U.S. and the Islamic Republic of Iran for their commitment to finding a diplomatic solution to the conflict. We also would like to extend our sincere appreciation to our brothers in this mediation effort, the great leadership of State of Qatar, for their support in reaching this agreement. I would also especially thank the visionary leadership of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Republic of Turkey for their immense contributions of this regard. So it has not been signed yet. So there's an announcement that the deal is done, but the signing is on Friday. With the agreement now in place, mediators will facilitate a series of meetings this week. These pre-implementation discussions will lay the foundation for the technical talks and the official signing ceremony. So, Pakistan PM says Iran-US deal is reached. Signing on Friday. So, I mean, it's an announcement that says the deal's reached, but it also says the signing is on Friday. And they're having meetings to prepare for the signing ceremony. I don't know, guys. So now we're going to have to wait and see if there's actually a signing ceremony on Friday. I bet Trump is going to post about this soon, I'm sure. Yes, Israel is not mentioned because that's true, but they are saying that, I mean, I would assume that Israel would need to be on board if the deal mentions, as Iran wanted to, some sort of ceasefire in Lebanon. Again, the Prime Minister of Pakistan says, "We are pleased to announce the peace deal between the U.S. and Iran has been reached. Both sides have declared the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon." So I will say this. This implies that there's going to be no Iranian attack on Israel tonight, because it says that the U.S. and Iran have declared the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts. So we'll see if that happens for the week. The official signing ceremony will be on Friday in Switzerland. Just a Regular Mom says, let's see what Iran Revolutionary Guard says about this. Breaking news. Hipwitch says, a lot can happen between now on Friday. I'm going to see if we get any update from... give me a moment here. Give me a quick moment. I'm going to see if we get an update from Iran about this. What's Iran going to say? I'm guessing President Trump will post about it. I mean, it's a way to have an announcement today, but the deal has not actually been signed. I need to take a second here. Give me a moment, please. Just give me a moment. So, breaking news. We have breaking news. Just please give me a moment. All right, so here's this. Here's this. Now let's see what reaction we can get. What is Iran going to say? Hang on, let me check. Let me check some things here. Let me check what's being said. Let me check what's being said. I wonder what Iran is going to say about this. And we're waiting for Trump to issue a statement. Rick Moss, our viewer, thinks it's kicking the can down the road and it's nothing we haven't heard in the last 3 months. Christiana O'Connell says, sounds like all the hard work is still to be done in the technical meetings. One of our viewers said Bitcoin is up. Hold on a second here. The oil, this happens, this announcement comes 34 minutes before the oil market and stock futures open. Just to be clear, the announcement comes 34 minutes before the oil markets and stock futures open, and also just 2.5 hours before the UFC fights at the White House. I have no idea if that's related at all. I have no idea. But President Trump has been saying repeatedly today that there's going to be a deal today done, that there was going to be signed today. Look at Bitcoin real quick. Hold on. Here's Bitcoin. This is from, hold on. This is from TradingView. You can see Bitcoin just minutes ago went up from 64,000 to 64,861 for whatever that's worth. Roughly 64,000 to 64,861. Anyways, hold on. Nothing from President Trump yet. Let's see here. EG85 says, how many billions did we have to give Iran for this deal? Panda Man thinks there will never be a deal with Iran. Todd ZY thinks it seems like the same old smoke and mirrors act. Let's see here. Sunjo Ju Park says Asian market will open on couple of hours later. One of our viewers, High Streams, Hig Streams, says nothing signed yet. Friday is a long time to wait. Old School Gaming says only days away. Now at the bottom there it says, with the agreement now in place, mediators will facilitate a series of meetings this week. These pre-implementation discussions will lay the foundation for the technical talks in the official signing ceremony. I mean, something I would ask is, if the deal is really done, why do you need meetings to lay the foundation for the signing ceremony? I'm a bit confused about that. Because if it's really done, you should be able to sign it right now. That's another question I would have. If it's done, why not sign it now? Why is it Friday? Right? I mean, that's the basic question. If it's done now, why not sign it now? So, I don't know the answer to this. So I don't know what the status is of this. And we'll also see, I mean, it does say both sides have declared the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts. So that would mean that there's going to be no U.S. or Iranian military activity in the Middle East this week. That's what that would mean. If they've declared the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon. Although I don't understand that, because The fighting in Lebanon doesn't directly involve either the US or Iran. The fighting in Lebanon involves Israel and Hezbollah, who is supported by Iran but is not Iran. So it's confusing to me that it says both sides have declared the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon. Well, what did Hezbollah and Israel have to say about that? So that doesn't really make much sense either. So I certainly have some questions. Hang on a second here. I'm going to take some comments from the chat. I'm trying to look for some reaction here. And we haven't heard from President Trump directly. We haven't heard from Iran directly or Israel directly. President Trump announced it. Breaking news from President Trump. He just posted about it. President Trump posted about it. Here it is. Here is President Trump's post. Here is President Trump's post. Okay, President Trump says, the deal with Iran is now complete. Congratulations to all. I hereby fully authorize the toll-free opening of the Strait of Hormuz and simultaneously herewith announce the immediate removal of the U.S. naval blockade. Ships of the world, start your engines. Let the oil flow. I don't know what is Iran going to say about this. Now, and is the blockade removed? Is the immediate removal of the blockade happening? Is that really happening right now? I don't know. Wow, guys. And now, I don't understand. He said the deal is complete. He doesn't say anything. Is it signed? He didn't mention the signing. So, because the Pakistani prime minister said that it was on Friday. So what's happening with that? Now I'm confused too, because the Pakistani prime minister said it's going to be signed on Friday. President Trump's post does not mention whether it's been signed yet. All right, I need to take a second here. So Trump says Iran-U.S. deal is complete. Pakistan says Trump, Iran-U.S. deal is complete. Pakistan signing on Friday. I know this is a lot for the headline. Whew. Give me a moment. Let me do something real quick here. Need to do a couple things. All right, just give me 2 seconds. Just give me 2 seconds. Just give me 2 seconds. What's Iran going to say? Now, what I need to do actually is here's what I'm going to do. Let me get both posts on this. Let me get both posts on the screen. That's what I need to do. So first of all, let's get rid of this one. And then just give me a second here. Everything will be better in a second. Hang on. Lots of breaking news. Okay, so there's this. Where's the other one? There's this one. We got it all on the screen for you now. Now, let's try to, has there been a statement yet? I got to take these off for a second. Hold on a second. Yeah, I know you can't see the White House now. I'm sorry, but for the moment, I'm going to actually remove it because this is more important. This is more important right now. That's the most important thing, is what you see on the screen. Now, yeah, I'll go to marine traffic in a second. I don't think you're going to see huge. I mean, again, on marine traffic, it's going to take, if ships were to start going, it's going to take a while to see it on marine traffic. So we'll go there in a second. We'll go there in a couple minutes, but I'm not going there right this second. I want to just wait a second and see what's, again, no statement from Iran that I've seen yet. Let me see what we see from Iran. All right, now hang on a moment. And how about from Israel? What's Israel going to say? Oh, Iran's statement in a few minutes. Update. So, Tasnim Iranian state media says, In a few minutes, Iranian officials will talk about the published news regarding the understanding. So we might in a few minutes get a statement from Iranian officials. And I just want to say again, the Pakistani prime minister said the signing ceremony is Friday. Friday. It has not been signed. All right, so we're waiting to hear an update from Iran. Also, a statement from Israel. The First 48 Gaming thinks it's another 60-day ceasefire. Nobody folded. Yeah, this deal has not been signed as far as we know, and I don't know what's in the deal. There's no specifics about what's in the deal that we have yet. I guess President Trump implies that there's a toll-free opening of the Strait of Hormuz and the removal of the U.S. naval blockade. I mean, that certainly implies that that's in the deal. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment here. I need a second. I need a second. By the way, I'll keep an eye on marine traffic. Again, I don't think we're talking about to really notice ships move. These ships don't go that fast. You're not going to see we're talking about big distances here. So we'll have to see if we see ships start moving towards, I don't know if ships are going to be moving towards the strait or not. I'm sure ships are going to want to confirm things too. If you're a ship, you're not going to want to start moving until just based on a couple of social media posts about a deal that started on Friday. Give me a moment. I need a moment. I need a moment. I need a moment. Okay. When will we hear from Iran? When will we get a comment from Iran? There is no comment from Iran yet. The New York Times claims Iran called off a planned attack on Israel. That's according to the New York Times. That is what they are reporting. Thanks to Faytuck's network for mentioning that. The New York Times is claiming that Iran called off a planned attack on Israel, again in retaliation for the Israeli strikes on Beirut earlier today. They say some in Iran, in the Iranian leadership, thought that retaliating would be playing into Israel's hands to derail a peace deal. I am waiting for more from Iran. I am waiting to hear a statement from Iran. I have not seen one yet. As soon as I have it, I'll let you know. Is there going to be a lifting of the U.S. blockade? Will the Strait of Hormuz be opened up toll-free by Iran? Will the deal be signed on Friday? The oil market opens in 12 minutes. The oil market opens in 12 minutes. What's going to happen with the oil market when it opens in 12 minutes? Probably oil be down, right? We're going to keep an eye on it. We'll put it up in a few minutes. Shehbaz Sharif is the Prime Minister of Pakistan. Heavenbound says who all is signing the deal. That's not clear yet. And again, President Trump's post doesn't mention whether it's signed or not, and if not, he doesn't confirm that it's not signed yet and that there will be a signing ceremony. He just said the deal is complete. So, if you just read President Trump's post, you might just think, well, the deal's done. But the Prime Minister of Pakistan says it's going to be signed on Friday. Again, no comments yet from the Iranian government. Oh, hold on a second. There will be an official statement released shortly, according to Fars. Hey guys, hold on. Here is Fars News Iran. Iran state media. According to Fars, the official statement from the Secretariat of the Supreme National Revolutionary Council regarding the agreement will be released shortly. According to this report, hold on. After the attack on the Dahia area of Beirut, Iran canceled its negotiations and was preparing to attack Israel. However, in the end, with last-minute concessions offered by Trump, including preserving Lebanon's territorial integrity, Israel's withdrawal from the Lebanese border, and the immediate lifting of the blockade, Iran was persuaded to refrain from carrying out the attack. Oh my gosh. And the legal system for navigation in the Persian Gulf will be arranged in cooperation between Iran and Oman. Oh my gosh, breaking news. Iran claims that these are part of concessions by Trump. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We got to talk about this. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. All right, hold on a second. Let's read this again. Iran state media fars. Iran called off attack on Israel because of last-minute concessions offered by Trump, including preserving Lebanon's territorial integrity, Israel's withdrawal from the Lebanese border, and the immediate lifting of the blockade. And so Israel's going to pull out, Israel's going to withdraw from Lebanon? Is that what's going to, did Israel agree to this? And saying the legal system for navigation in the Persian Gulf will be arranged by Iran and Oman. So Iran and Oman get to arrange the legal system for navigation in the Persian Gulf. By the way, that would mean the Strait of Hormuz. Wow. Okay, so big news here. This is big news. This is big news from Iranian state media. Iranian state media Fars says, after the attack by Israel on Beirut today, Iran canceled its negotiations and was preparing to attack Israel. However, in the end, with last-minute concessions offered by President Trump, including preserving Lebanon's territorial integrity, Israel's withdrawal from the Lebanese border, that would be a huge concession by Israel, and the immediate lifting of the blockade, and it was decided that the legal system for navigation in the Persian Gulf, which would be the, I assume, policy about ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz to get into the Persian Gulf and come out of it, would be arranged in cooperation between Iran and Oman. So Iran and Oman get to decide what the legal system for navigation is going into and out of the Persian Gulf. That's not, that wouldn't be an open Strait of Hormuz. So again, that is, I can't imagine, I'm assuming there's going to be some disagreement here. And also, I mean, has Israel really agreed to withdraw to the Lebanese border? This reminds me of the original ceasefire. When Trump announced a ceasefire, I believe, and then Iran came out with their understanding of it, and it just sounded like something that the U.S. would not have agreed to. And it was never actually made clear what was in the ceasefire deal. All right, well, again, I am waiting to hear Netanyahu say that Israel has agreed to withdraw to the from the Lebanese border. I do not know that that's something that Israel has agreed to. Now, who knows? Now there's too much to put on the screen. All right, I'm going to get rid of the Pakistani Prime Minister's post. There's too much to put on the screen. All right, hold on a second. Give me a moment now. I got to put something else on the screen. Do this the right way. Yeah, so I would be pretty surprised if the deal is as Iran is saying it is. Okay, one moment here. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. I need a moment to get everything on the screen and check for more updates. Thanks for your patience here. Oopsie. What's this? Ah, there it is. Okay, now I want to put on the screen both Trump's post and the post about from Iranian state media. There. I want to have those two on the screen. Sorry, I want to take your comments. I just haven't even had time. So now, please bear with me. Oh, hey guys, breaking news. Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister, N12 News says, Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister says a permanent and complete end to the war and military operations in various sectors, including Lebanon, will be announced tonight. So what is Israel saying about this? What is Israel saying about this? There will be the Supreme National Security Council statement in Iran will be released in a few minutes. In a few minutes, according to Iranian media. Oh, here's something from the Deputy Foreign Minister of Iran via Tasnim News. Oh, hold on a moment. I'm seeing some reporting here. I'm seeing some reporting. Okay, I have some updates here. Hold on. Check this out, guys. So this is some statements from the Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister. You see that on your screen right now? This is from Iranian state media Tasnim. So the Deputy Foreign Minister, first of all, they said the Supreme National Security Council statement will be released in a few minutes in Iran. The Deputy Foreign Minister of Iran says the text of the Memorandum of Understanding has been finalized and the official signing will be on Friday. On Friday, that's the official signing. From tonight, the end of the U.S. naval blockade against Iran begins, according to the Deputy Foreign Minister. Also, the immediate and permanent end to the war and military operations on various fronts, including Lebanon, will be announced starting tonight. Is Israel going to agree with that? I have no idea. Iran Deputy Foreign Minister says the memorandum of understanding was not only the product of diplomacy, but also indebted to Iran's military achievements. It's indebted to the pure blood of the martyrs we shed in confronting the enemies of the regime. It is indebted to the steadfastness of the people and round-the-clock presence in the field and streets in support of the regime and the armed forces and in confronting its enemies, blah, blah, blah. And it is indebted to the pure blood of the martyred imam and the guidance of the supreme leader and the efforts of the officials. Let's see. I said blah, 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 because I'm certainly there are a lot of people there who don't support the regime. But that being said, he said, Deputy Foreign Minister said, we will monitor the implementation of the U.S. commitments. This memorandum of understanding does not mean trust in the enemy and was written despite distrust. Tonight's threats by Iran were effective in advancing some issues in the negotiation. The Deputy Foreign Minister says, some of the desired amendments in the understanding were facilitated by the events that took place in Lebanon earlier today and the statements of the armed forces, which eased the progress of the negotiation work. The armed forces were ready for a decisive response on Israel. Trump took positions and criticized the Israeli regime. Hezbollah also gave strong and decisive responses to the terrorist action of Israel. Okay, fine. Negotiations continued into 1 hour before. He said, we will always be ready to confront any conspiracy. Mediators still will be present in the upcoming negotiations. Hang on, let me see if I can get any other reports here. So has Israel really agreed? To pull out of, oh, I missed it. Hey, the oil market, let's check oil pricing. Here is the oil market real quick. Uh-oh. Hang on. You can't see it. You'll see it in a second. Okay, crude oil is down 3.6%. Brent crude down 3.6%. That's the 5-day chart. You can see right at the end. It's Brent crude is at 83.66 and WTI crude is down 4.24%. That is WTI crude. This is from tradingview.com. WTI crude down about $3.40 to down 4% to 80 or 81. Bitcoin has gone up from about 64,000 when the deal was announced to about 65,400. That's from tradingview.com. All right, hang on. Let's get some more updates. Here. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. I have not seen a statement from Israel yet on this. Again, Iranian state media claims that Israel agreed to withdraw its forces from Lebanon, which would be a big deal. Is that really true? Did Israel agree to that? Is that part of the deal? I haven't seen. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. Mariv Online, Anna Ravya-Barsky from Mariv Online is reporting. She's an Israeli reporter. According to Israeli sources, in a conversation with Trump, Netanyahu clarified that Israel does not consider itself bound by the Lebanese clause in the American-Iranian agreement. Netanyahu told Trump the IDF will not withdraw from Lebanon, will remain in the positions it currently holds, and will continue to act to thwart the threat from Hezbollah, including the destruction of terror infrastructure in a response to any attack against Israel. The implication as presented by the sources on Anna Ravya-Barsky says, Anna Rava-Barsky is that the agreement does not tie Israel's hands in the Lebanese arena. So, again, I don't know. I don't know what the deal says. But again, Mariv Online, Israeli reporter Anna Rava-Barsky says, according to Israeli sources, in a conversation with Trump, Netanyahu clarified that Israel does not consider itself bound by the Lebanese clause in the American-Iranian agreement. Okay, hang on a moment here. Oh, I froze. I froze for a second. Let me unfreeze myself. I need to unfreeze myself. Let me unfreeze myself. Sorry. I am frozen. I am officially frozen. Now I am unfrozen. Give me a moment. This is very confusing. Reporter with Israeli news outlet Mariv. She said, according to Israeli sources in a conversation with Trump, Netanyahu clarified that Israel does not consider itself bound by the Lebanese clause in the American-Iranian agreement. Netanyahu told the American president that the IDF will not withdraw from Lebanon. So is Israel's withdrawing from Lebanon part of this agreement or not? We don't know. If it is, will Israel go along with it? We don't know. Pre-breakfast banana says someone is telling lies. Yeah, Israeli media is now reporting this claim, that Iranian media outlets are claiming that Israel has agreed to withdraw from Lebanon. Oh, hold on a second here. Something else. Here is something Faytux News found a new post from Iranian state media. So give me a moment. This was from Tasnim. Okay, so check this out. This is from Iranian state media Tasnim. They have a quote from the Deputy Foreign Minister of Iran. What topics will be discussed during the 60-day... Oh, sorry. No, that's not it. That's not it. Hold on. We got to show you the whole thing. This is what the Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister said. The 60-day negotiations will begin after verification of the implementation of American commitments. On Friday, we will have an official signing, and the heads of the two delegations will hold talks to determine the arrangements for the upcoming negotiations. Until then, the commitments of the American side regarding the end of the war, lifting the siege, the blockade, and the release of assets will be verified. Entering the 60-day negotiations is conditional on the implementation of these American commitments. So they're saying, if this is what Faytux thought, and I agree, they seem to be saying, Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister, that they're not going to start the 60-day negotiation until the war has ended, the blockade is lifted, and there's some sort of release of assets by the U.S. They say entering the 60-day negotiations is conditional on the implementation of these American commitments. What will be negotiated during the 60-day period? The end of all sanctions against Iran, both primary, these are things that Iran wants in the 60-day negotiation. The end of all sanctions against Iran, both primary and secondary, as well as the termination of the Security Council and Board of Governors resolutions will be among the topics negotiated. All sanctions will be lifted if a final deal is reached. The topic, the nuclear issue will be discussed. The topic of economic reconstruction and development will be negotiated, and its mechanism will be finalized. Another topic is determining the executive mechanism for monitoring the proper implementation of the parties' commitments. Our viewer Cairo, first part of the name is Cairo, said that there's no way Trump can tell Israel not to defend themselves. 60 days for Israel's enemies to regroup, rearm, said Cairo. Is there going to be a text of the deal released before Friday? Beats me. So we're waiting for the official statement from Iran. But we're also waiting for some response from Israel. Because again, it's not clear, but Iran state media claims that Israel, part of the deal is Israel withdrawing from Lebanon. Trump is saying he signed it. I have not seen any quote from Trump saying he signed it. He said the deal is complete. Pakistani Prime Minister and Iran both say that the signing is Friday. Israeli media is starting to report this. I-24 News English in Israel just posted, Iran-affiliated Fars claims Iran called off an attack on Israel due to last-minute concessions, including Israel's withdrawal from Lebanon. And so again, waiting for a more official statement from Iran, waiting for some kind of government response from Israel. Grounding Knowledge says, let the oil flow. Castle Keeper, our viewer, says, Israel will say we will withdraw by 2029 or later. Warren thinks Israel said, go F off. Rob Allard says, is any of this real? Dog says, gas about to be $1 per gallon tomorrow. Strong One thinks Bibi will never allow peace. He will tank this deal. Bark Protocol says, how can a deal be complete without a signing? Hang on a moment. Give me a moment, everyone. I need a moment. I need a moment. Can you give me a moment? We'll check marine traffic in a moment. We're going to check it in a moment. All right, so Ma Florida was wondering, have any ships moved yet? So what I'm going to do here is put this over here. And we're going to get marine traffic on the screen for a second. Where is it? Where is marine traffic? Oops. Where is this? Oops. Hang on. Hang on. There. Okay. Now, there's marine traffic. This is from marinetraffic.com, the ship tracking and marine analytics provider. Now, if we go over here to the Strait of Hormuz, what I have to do is do playback. Wait. No, I can play back. Hang on, am I logged in? I'm supposed to be here. Supposed to be able to do playback. There is an issue with playback. Why is this happening? All right, there's an issue now with marine traffic where I have a paid plan and I'm supposed to be able to do playback. Let me message them. That doesn't make any sense. Bear with me for 1 second. Oh, hang on. Wait a few seconds. It says it should be able to do it. It says I should be able to do it. Hang on a moment here. Give me 1 sec, guys. I'm trying to get you the playback on marine traffic. Let's see if this works. It's going to work now. It's working. All right, we're in business. We're in business. All right. All in area. I just want custom playback, and I want playback from the last 2 hours. Let's do the last 2 hours of playback. All right, so here's the Strait of Hormuz, and this is going to be 2 hours of playback for you. I don't know how I can do this. Okay, this is the last 2 hours of playback. Are you seeing any? Huge movements of ships? See, it doesn't seem like it to me. I am not seeing any kind of huge movement of ships, at least on the ship radar, on marine traffic in the last 2 hours. Yes, now Caviar points out that ships could have their transponders off. But if they have their transponders off, it doesn't seem like they're treating it as it being open. Okay, no. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that. Cheese Hobbit says, I imagine it's going to take a week. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that. We're going to keep an eye on that. Hang on a moment. Let's get updates here. So if you're just joining us, President Trump announced that a deal was complete, but Pakistani Prime Minister said it was going to be signed on, it was complete, but it's going to be signed on Friday. And Iranian state media made some claims about the deal, which I don't know if the US and Israel are going to be on board with, like claiming that Trump in last-minute concessions said that Israel agreed that Israel would pull out of Lebanon. Rachel Johnson thinks ships will not begin moving until the deal is signed on Friday, if it's signed. Hey, by the way, let me just thank a couple people here real quick. Thank you to Shaf. Shaf says unconditional surrender. I don't know which side he's talking about. Thank you, Shaf, for your support. Thanks, Carrie Poteet. I got to check in a second. Last I checked, there was no comment from Israel. Thanks, Carrie Poteet. I appreciate it. Thank you, Jose Arana. Thank you, Jose, for your support. Thank you, Leo with Blues. We'll check oil in a second. Last time I checked, it was down about 4% oil. Thank you, Leo with Blues. Alaskan Lost, thanks for our member. Red Squirrel, thanks for your support. Matthew Felty, thank you. Who says new navigation buoys in the strait? Is that true? I'm not aware of this. Is this true? I have not heard this. Matthew Felty, I'd have to look that up when I get a chance. I do not know. Do you mean... I don't know. Hold on. All right, let me check. I got to check for updates. Joe wants to do a poll of how soon it'll be open. Thank you, Joe9611. Thanks, Jeff T88. Jeff T88, I appreciate it. Jeff says both sides have to win. This is just a deal that was made. I have negotiated my whole life. You should read Art of the Deal. Hegseth announced the lifting of the blockade this morning. He announced the lifting of the blockade this morning? Pete Hegseth did? I'm not aware that he announced the lifting of the blockade this morning. I'd have to go look, but I'm not aware that he announced it today, this morning. Maybe he said it was going to be lifted if there was a deal. Thank you, Jeff TE88. Melissa Moser, thanks for the memberships. Matthew Felty, thank you. Matthew says, did you not see reporting Qatar travel to facilitate virtual signing Friday as formal? No, I have not seen any kind of reporting suggesting that it has been virtually signed and that Friday is a formal signing. I don't even know what that means. Well, I know what it would mean. But if I have seen no reporting suggesting that the deal has been virtually signed and Friday is a formality of physically signing a deal that's already been virtually signed. I've seen no reporting suggesting that. I'll let you know if I do. Thank you, Rez J.R. Prod, for your support, who thinks it's basically back to war. Thank you, Hotfix92, who says, I hope to see it end before too long, the war. Thank you, Random Nobody, says, with minutes to spare. Thank you, Sprid Zeklis, who says, Friday reads as more time, more money, and money will cause more problems. Thank you, Mrs. TBJ, who says, I'll believe it when I see it. I don't trust it. Thanks, Mrs. TBJ. Jeff TE88. Thank you, Jeff. Jeff says, I doubt they will use DocuSign. Random Nobody says, agreement to be signed at the close of markets on Friday. That's what Random Nobody thinks. Thanks, Random Nobody. Thank you, History Honk. And also unknown NSA from Canada. Thanks for your support. And Joshua Doss and DeAndre. Thank you, DeAndre, who says, sounds like another ploy to buy Iran another week of U.S.-Israel military action, then back to business as usual. Unknown Man says, what chapter from Out of the Deal can I find this negotiating strategy? Thank you, Jeff TE88, who says, nice job, Mr. President. All right. Random Nobody, thanks for the memberships. Michael Hutchinson, thank you. Kerry Poteet, thank you. All right. I gotta check for some updates here. Sorry, I'm behind on everything. Let me check for updates. Shin says intense jet activity over southern Lebanon. That's reporting from Shin, who I follow for updates about the Middle East. That's unconfirmed. Dr. Jeffrey Lewis, who I follow, who's an expert on nuclear weapons, says if there's no text, there's no deal. Joe Truzman, who I follow, who's a Middle East expert, he says, just to show you what Joe says. Joe says, after years of following conflicts in the Middle East, I have learned to judge developments not by what is said by leaders and officials, but by what happens on the ground. Elena Treen of CNN says J.D. Vance told Fox he plans to attend the signing ceremony on Friday, although Trump may attend himself. He says it's possible Trump could be there. Secret Service generally discourages the VP and POTUS being abroad at the same time, says Elena Treen. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a moment. Trump just posted again. New post from Trump. Breaking news. Here's what he says. The opening of the strait will be on Friday. This great deal will bring peace and security to the whole region. Many presidents have tried to make peace with Iran, and all have failed before me. The leaders of the region have, for the first time, found a president who can help them achieve real peace. With the opening of the strait, upon the signing of the deal on Friday, for purposes of mine removal, oil will flow on both ends again for the region and the world. President Trump. Okay, so now it's going to be Friday. Now the strait is not open till Friday. Just to be clear. So again, President Trump said, original post was, I hereby fully authorize the toll-free opening of the Strait of Hormuz and simultaneously herewith authorize the immediate removal of the U.S. naval blockade. Ships of the world, start your engines, let the oil flow. Trump just announced right now that with the opening of the strait upon the signing of the deal on Friday for purposes of mine removal, oil will flow on both ends again, ends again for the region and the world. President Trump. And does that mean that the blockade won't be lifted until Friday? Because he said simultaneously with the strait opening, he said, I authorize the immediate removal of the blockade. But I guess that means that the blockade is not going to end until Friday. There's too much to put on the screen right now. Can I even fit it all? I think all these things are important. All right, hang on a moment. I think what I'm going to do is leave the second one up and not the first one. That's what I'm going to do. All right, hang on. So again, he originally announced about an hour ago, I hereby fully authorize the toll-free opening of the Strait of Hormuz and simultaneously herewith authorize the immediate removal of the U.S. blockade. Ships of the world, start your engines, let the oil flow. And as you can see, he just posted about 10 minutes ago, the strait will be opening on Friday for purposes of mine removal. Okay, now I still don't have. Do we get the statement from Iran, the official statement? What is this? Hey guys, there's a post from Iranian state media. So this is from Iranian state, well, this is Iranian ISNA, which is partially funded by the Iranian government. ISNA, Iranian media. Now, they say details of the memorandum of understanding. I don't know if this is true. According to the details as claimed by Pakistan, why are they saying according to Pakistan? I don't even know. Oh, this is like they're quoting somebody else, so I'm not going to quote them because this is them quoting some other report. I don't like when they. I don't want to. If it's one thing if they're saying it because then it's coming from the Iranian government basically. But if they're quoting some Pakistani outlet, I'm going to hold off on that. I'm interested to see if they post stuff about what the Iranian state media is themselves saying about the deal. Oh, hold on. Mer News Agency has it. All right, breaking news. Breaking news. There's a post from Mer News. There is a post from Mer News. Hang on. Hang on a moment. We need to read this post from Iranian state media Mer. Breaking news. What does Mer News say about this? New details of the draft memorandum. Permanent and immediate cessation of war on all fronts, including Lebanon. The U.S. commitment to non-interference in internal affairs and respect for the sovereignty of Iran. Complete lifting of the blockade within 30 days. U.S. will withdraw its forces from around Iran. Reopening of Strait of Hormuz within 30 days under Iranian arrangements. Under Iranian arrangements. Reopening of the Strait of Hormuz under Iranian arrangements. Suspension of sanctions on the sale of oil, petrochemical products, and derivatives, and full access of Iran to its financial resources. The necessity for the U.S. and its allies to present reconstruction plans for Iran amounting to at least $300 billion. 60 days of negotiations to reach a final agreement based on nuclear issues and the complete lifting of primary, secondary U.S. sanctions and UN Security Council and IAEA Board of Governors resolutions. Reiteration of Iran's commitment under the NPT Treaty to not produce nuclear weapons. During the negotiation period, U.S. has committed not to add forces in the region and not to impose new sanctions. Release of $24 billion of Iran's blocked funds during the 60-day negotiation period. Half of this amount must be made available to Iran before the start of negotiations. Formation of a supervisory mechanism to implement the agreement. Final agreement will be approved by the UN Security Council resolution. Final negotiations will not begin before the release of half of Iran's blocked funds, suspension of Iran's oil sanctions, and lifting of the naval blockade. And the final agreement will only cover the fate of enriched materials and enrichment, lifting of sanctions, and Iran's economic reconstruction plan. Discussions about Iran's missile program and support for resistance groups are definitively removed from the agenda. Okay, so I got to post this now. This is Iran state media says this is the draft memorandum. New details of the 14-article draft memorandum. Iran state media Mer releases what it says are new details of the memorandum of understanding. I don't know if that's a deal that the U.S. agreed to. Hang on. So we're going to go over this again. We're going to go over it again, but I just want to get it posted. Okay, so once again, this is Iran state media. They just posted this. They say these are the details of the draft. Now, I can't confirm that. I haven't seen the draft. Permanent and immediate cessation of war on all fronts, including Lebanon. So that would apply to Israel. The U.S. commitment to non-interference in Iran's internal affairs and respect for the sovereignty in the Islamic Republic of Iran. Complete lifting of the naval blockade within 30 days. The U.S. commitment to withdraw its forces from around Iran. This one is really significant to me. Reopening of the Strait of Hormuz within 30 days under Iranian arrangements. Let me read that to you again. Reopening the Strait of Hormuz within 30 days under Iranian arrangements. What does Iranian arrangements mean? There weren't any Iranian arrangements before the war. Let's keep going. Suspension of sanctions on the sale of oil, petrochemical products, and derivatives, and full access of Iran to its financial resources. I don't know if that means what kind of funds we're talking about there. Full access to financial resources. The necessity for the U.S. and allies to present reconstruction plans for Iran amounting to at least $300 billion. Again, this is Iranian state media saying this is what's in the deal. The necessity for the U.S. and its allies to present reconstruction plans for Iran amounting to at least $300 billion. 60 days of negotiations to reach a final agreement based on nuclear issues and the complete lifting of primary, secondary U.S. sanctions and UN Security Council and IAEA Board of Governors resolutions. Reiteration, they're saying Iran will repeat what it already said in the NPT treaty not to produce nuclear weapons. So here they're saying they're not even making a new statement about not producing nuclear weapons. They're saying we're going to reiterate. We're going to say again what we've already committed to under the NPT treaty, not to produce nuclear weapons. Okay, just to be clear. Iran did sign the NPT treaty back in 1968 and ratified it in 1970, I believe. Okay. During the negotiation period, the U.S. has committed not to add forces in the region and not to impose new sanctions. Release of $24 billion of Iran's blocked funds during the 60-day final negotiation period. Half of this amount, $12 billion, must be made available to Iran before the start of the 60-day negotiations. Formation of a supervisory mechanism to implement the agreement. The final agreement will be approved by a UN Security Council resolution. That's after the 60 days. Final negotiations, that's the 60 days, that includes the nuclear negotiations, will not begin before the release of half of Iran's blocked funds, suspension of Iran's oil sanctions, and lifting of the naval blockade, and the final agreement will only cover the fate of enriched materials and enrichment, lifting of sanctions, and Iran's economic reconstruction plan. Discussions about Iran's missile program and Iran's support for resistance groups are definitively removed from the agenda. Again, I don't know if this was really the deal. It strikes me as quite favorable for Iran. Maybe Trump will say, well, I didn't agree to this. Maybe Trump will say this is false, what Iranian state media is reporting. But, I mean, I have a hard time thinking that President Trump will come out and say, this is the agreement we agreed to. Even just this, even just number 5, reopening of the strait within 30 days under Iranian arrangements. What's Iranian arrangements? This all feels very similar to the initial ceasefire, when there was a ceasefire announced, but then Iran came out with its version of the ceasefire, and it just seemed very, very pro-Iran, and there was never a printed document, never a text released. But again, with that, essentially what it ended up being was just some sort of agreement to stop fighting, which was somewhat respected. I mean, there were certainly breaks in it, certainly violations of it on both sides. But I mean, the kind of stuff we're talking about here with the nuclear stuff and the opening the Strait of Hormuz, there's going to if that's actually agreed upon, you can't have two sides with different versions of it. For any of this to actually go into effect, you're going to need the real agreement here. Whew! Wow. And again, I'm not saying this is the deal. I'm just saying, well, Iranian state media is claiming this is the deal. So I have a hard time believing the U.S. is going to go along with this. Maybe I can put it all on the screen at once. Hold on a second. Let me do this. Hold on. We'll do it this way. I don't know if I can. Maybe I can fit it. Okay. All right, so let me just put it on the screen for you for just a second here. We'll take some comments on the air. I just have a hard time believing that ultimately the U.S. is going to say, yes, this is what we agreed to and we're good with it. I don't think that's going to happen that way. So there's this, and then here is, wait one moment, this, and then here is that. This is the supposed deal, the details of the deal via Iranian state media. Now, by the way, even if this is not something, oops, you know what I did? I didn't do a good enough job of grabbing the second part. Another thing that's going to happen is, so even if this is not, no, that's not good either. Let's try this one more time. So again, the U.S., Trump might say, well, this is not what we agreed to. But they're putting this out fast. So there's going to be a lot of questions about this now. You're going to have questions because the U.S., so if President Trump doesn't put out his own version, this has happened before with Iran. They quickly put out what their claimed version is, and if Trump doesn't put out, if the U.S. doesn't put out their version, then this is what people have to look at, and they'll start asking questions about it, and they'll say like, "This is what you agreed to," and Trump might say, "Well, no, we didn't agree to this at all. This is fake news." But people are going to see this because there's nothing else put out by the other side about what the deal is, and then some people will see this and just think, "Oh, it's been announced by both sides." But this is Iranian state media. James Tosh says, "Signing on Friday seems a long way away. Anything can happen." Hang on, let me check up on some things here. Donna Sibbins says, it's like the game show without boxes. Now it's social media statements. Take your pick. Thanks, Donna, for writing in. A quick thanks, by the way, to the Mystical Buddha Cake Shop. Thank you so much, Mystical Buddha Cake Shop. And yeah, so you should not conclude this is the deal. This is what Iran is saying the deal is. Now, you might say, well, why would Iran say this if it's not really the deal? There could be all kinds of reasons, right? So all we know is that this is what Iran is putting out there. But that doesn't mean that's the deal. Maybe there really hasn't been a good deal, a deal that's been completely agreed to by both sides. Maybe Iran's messing around. I don't know. But you shouldn't assume that this is don't look at this and assume that this is what Trump has agreed to. I don't know what Trump agreed to. All we know is that this is what state media says is the details of the draft. Stray Cat says, I hope this is some misinfo. David Balin says it's a terrible deal. Heinz Stark says this is pretty much the confirmation there is no deal. Now, will there be a text released before the signing? I don't know. Could they sign something on Friday and it's still not clear what they're signing? And then, so I have no idea. I mean, it's easy for both sides to go along with something if there's no firm public commitment on what that one thing they're going along with is. And then the difficult issues about who controls Strait of Hormuz, how much are they going to get reconstruction money? What does open Strait of Hormuz mean? What's going to happen with their nuclear-enriched material? I mean, for those things to really get solved, you need to have firm agreement on one specific text, one specific deal. Our viewer, one viewer says, Rocker thinks the text will be released, but maybe not until just before signing. And will that text be specific or not? I'm just saying there's a world in which they have a signing on Friday and nothing has really gotten resolved and it just pushes it further. Warflayer says, how many planes of cash is that? Again, I have a hard time thinking that the U.S. and their allies are going to give Iran $300 billion for reconstruction. Uncle Fester thinks I should stop worrying about the details. Isn't the details just what the deal is? Smokey says Iran has been stating these very terms from the beginning. John Boogman thinks, guarantee this is not a deal. It's another stopgap red herring. All right, let me do some more checking. Okay, I need a second. I need a moment here. Let's get more updates. Hey, let me just show you real quick. Here is the scene. Let's go back real quick to the scene at the White House. Here is the scene at the White House. Guys, look, it's the White House. Oh, where'd it go? Oh my gosh, it's the White House. Ahead of the UFC fights. The UFC fights, which are happening at the White House in about an hour. Roxana thinks no way a deal will be reached. Okay, hang on a moment. I'm trying to get you more updates here. What about Israel? What does Israel think about all this? New statement. Statement from Iran. We have a statement from Iran. Statement from Iran. Breaking news. Statement from Iran. From Iranian state media. IRNA. Let's read it. Statement of the Secretariat of the Supreme National Security Council regarding the agreement to end the war. Iran, under the leadership of its martyred leader, has completed its superiority over the Israeli-American enemy, and under the guidance of the supreme leader of the system, with the support of the people and the diligent efforts of the warriors of Islam, after a difficult and intensive several-month negotiation and based on the resolution of the Supreme National Security Council, has finalized the text of the memorandum of understanding. According to the agreements reached, the war and military operations on all fronts, including Lebanon, will end immediately and permanently from tonight. And furthermore, the naval blockade will be immediately lifted. They say the blockade will be immediately lifted. The signing will be the 19th. Negotiations for final agreement will be postponed until the other party fulfills its commitments according to the memorandum of understanding. Iran appreciates the efforts of Pakistan and the government of Qatar. All right, hold on a second here. New statement from Iran. New statement. Statement from Iran's Secretariat of Iran's Supreme National Security Council says according to the agreements reached, the war and military operations on all fronts, including Lebanon, will end immediately and permanently from tonight. And furthermore, the naval blockade against Iran will be immediately, completely lifted. Signing will be Friday. Negotiations for the final agreement will be postponed until the other party fulfills its commitments according to the memorandum of understanding, which it doesn't specify. So I have a question for you. They're saying, this is from Iran's Supreme National Security Council. They say that immediately the blockade has to be lifted. Immediately the blockade on Iran has to be lifted. And that the signing is Friday. Now, they didn't say anything about them opening the Strait of Hormuz, and President Trump already said in a post that the Strait of Hormuz is going to open on Friday. So it seems to me that they want the blockade immediately lifted, but they don't want to start opening the Strait of Hormuz till Friday. And again, remember, according to Iran state media, what the deal has in it is that the Strait of Hormuz opens. What is the language they use? Reopening of the Strait of Hormuz within 30 days under Iranian arrangements. Again, according to Mer Iran state media, the memorandum of understanding calls for the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz within 30 days under Iranian arrangements. But they want the blockade to be immediately lifted, which would mean that they could just start selling oil again. Wow. Again, I just can't imagine that that Iran's version of things is what the actual deal would be. I can't imagine the U.S. has agreed to Iran's version of the deal. Okay, so, I have a very hard time thinking that the U.S. is going to lift the naval blockade. And Iran will say, okay, well, we'll open the Strait of Hormuz, and that the U.S. is going to lift it starting now, tonight, and that the deal isn't even signed until Friday, and the deal says Iran will open up the Strait of Hormuz within 30 days under Iranian arrangements. Kristen McConnell Gates thinks Israel will not have it. Yeah, I mean, again, there's this whole question. Iranian state media claims that Iran will withdraw from Israel will withdraw from Lebanon, and I don't know that Israel's going to do that. First Last says, like selling a house with two different accepted offers. All right, hang on. One of our viewers, Genzu, says the UFC fight is a massive distraction. It's kind of wild with all of this news going on. In breaking news, we have this also going on at the White House. That's what's happening at the White House right now. Give me a moment. I'm going to check the markets in a second. Tree of Liberty thinks it bought us a week before the markets go crazy. All right, hold on. There's a lot to report on here. We're trying to bring the latest to you. Hey, I got to thank a couple people. Hold on. Thanks on Twitch to Sweet Pyro of Cairo, Wisco Joe for subscribing, Douthis for the gift subscription, Ope Right Pasture for subscribing, Synapse Dawn for your support on Twitch, Justin D. Winters, who says it is President Trump's birthday. How long will this madness last? Yes, happy birthday to President Trump. 80 today. Thanks, Justin. Patention, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Also, thank you to Shaft for your support. Shaft says unconditional surrender. Thanks, Shaft. Oops, I got to thank some more people too. Hold on a second here. Hang on. Oh, I think I thanked Shaft before, but thanks, Shaft. Hold on. We're going to get you updates. Are we going to get a statement from Trump tonight about the version that's been coming out from Iranian media and the Iranian government, which seems like a pretty pro-Iran deal, according to the version that Iran has been putting out there? I don't know. Now, meanwhile, we'll let you look at that. Hey, thanks, Martin Ging. Martin says oil market thinks deal is imminent. Hold on. So the oil market, oil is it's down three on Brent crude is down 3.4% since opening. You can see there was a sudden drop because it opened since Friday. It had been closed since Friday, so it opened down about $3. And now it's kind of the same place. So it's down about 3.4%. WTI crude oil, that's today. This is 5 days. Similarly, WTI US crude down about 4%, $3.22 down, according to TradingView, tradingview.com. Bitcoin has gone up since Trump originally posted about a deal. or since the Prime Minister of Pakistan, I think, posted originally about the deal. It was at about 64,000. Now it's 65,323, says TradingView. Stock futures, just eyeballing them. If you're wondering about stock futures, why are people running? I don't know. Over there in DC, some people are running, maybe to get good seats or something. I don't know, but not everybody's running. Some people are running. But I just futures. Dow futures are up. I'm looking at it here about 0.6%. S&P futures are up about 0.7%. What's happening here? I guess people are rushing to get in or something. Looks like that's what they're doing. Maybe they just opened something, the gates or something. I'm not sure. I'll keep an eye on this. What's happening? So people are going in, I think. NASDAQ futures are up about 360 points. So about 1.25% NASDAQ futures. Oh, Big Turd says it's the free watch. So now there's some smoke. Was there smoke before? I don't know. Now I'm confused. I don't think there's volume. Oh, there's volume now. What's happening now? All right, let me put on my headset. I got to put on my headset. Are they cooking? Are they grilling there? Why were we seeing smoke?
You see anything moving?
What's happening at DC right now?
For some reason, there was some smoke over there.
Some people were running. They're talking about seeing some smoke.
They're moving to the right.
Yeah.
What's happening now? Some people are running.
Like panicky moving, or just a
No,
bunch
they're
of people
excited, like
moving?
they said, there's free beers.
Oh, some people, the guy said there's free beer or something. So I don't know. Maybe it's just some kind of thing they're getting. I don't know what's happening.
Okay, if you guys all work together, if you can know, guys, listen, I've never organized anything in my life, but if we can get John to the stage and work together.
Weather watch. There's a severe weather watch. I don't know that there's free beer. One of the people talking in the shot said that maybe there's free beer or something like that. I don't know what was going on there. All right. Hold on. What? There's all these security in the front there. Look at all the security in the front. Look at the security. Trying to cover this and cover the peace deal at the same time. There's a lot of security there. Now, what's happening now? Bunch of people running again. People are running. I don't know why they're running. Maybe they're running to get seats.
On the count
on a second. We'll keep an eye on this. I want to bring you some updates here. It's quite a scene there. Trey Yinks reports that Qatari mediators have left Iran after intensive negotiations. A diplomat told Fox News a deal has been reached and separate preparatory meetings with each side will now take place in Qatar ahead of the official signing in Switzerland and the technical talks. Started the technical talks. Oh, Lindsey Graham. Guys, Lindsey Graham just posted, I am somewhat concerned that Iran's view of the agreement seems different than what the American negotiating team is claiming. Breaking news. Lindsey Graham says, I'm pleased to hear the memorandum of understanding with Iran to allow the Strait of Hormuz to open has been agreed to. I will be watching closely the ensuing negotiations regarding Iran's nuclear program and other matters. I am somewhat concerned that Iran's view of the agreement seems different than what the American negotiating team is claiming. Hold on a second here. Let me get this on the screen a different way. He said, under our law, any nuclear deal with Iran will be sent to Congress for review and a vote. I look forward to reviewing the final product, and I believe it is imperative that the architect of the deal, Vice President Vance, and his negotiating partners be part of the process in presenting the final deal to Congress. Congratulations to all on getting to this point. Time will tell, he says. There is the White House in the background. That's the White House South Lawn. You know, I haven't heard a statement from the Israeli government on this proposed deal yet. Thanks, Martin Ging. Martin, I don't know if it started raining yet. Thank you. Thank you, Jesus UCSB. Jesus thinks that Iran is playing mind games. Jesus thinks Iran will attack tonight. I mean, that would be a crazy turn of things. Thank you, Ruth, so much, and thanks for modding, Ruth. I got to thank the moderators in a second. Thank you so much, Ruth. I appreciate that. Thanks also, Byte Mode, for modding in the gift membership. Thank you. Sprid Zeklis. Thank you, Sprid Zeklis. Thank you, Martin Ging. Thanks, DeAndre. DeAndre thinks Iran are master trolls. Thanks for being a member, DeAndre. Thanks, Bass3003, who thinks Iran is posting for domestic consumption, makes their position look better than they are to the citizens that can't verify it. That's what Bass3003 thinks. Thanks, Bass3003. Thanks, Read the Freaking Comics. Read the Freaking Comics says, who do you trust more, Iran or Donald? Both lie. Thanks, Read the Freaking Comics. Thanks, Angelic Slayer, for the membership. Thank you, Rita. Rita says, Trump said he blew up their nuke program last summer. So what again did we get here? I think Trump wanted a deal so he could announce it tonight at the fight. Thank you, Rita, for your support. Thank you, Martin Ging, again, for your support. Martin thinks maybe behind the closed doors it's different, and IRGC is telling people, the Iranian people, stuff to save face. Thank you, Vlachy Guy. Thank you, Anonymous K4YT2H, who thinks the U.S. government would never agree to half of the terms that Iran media is saying the deal consists in. Anonymous thinks there is 0% that the terms released by Iranian media are anywhere near accurate. Thank you, Sir Racha, who said 2 tankers near Bandar Abbas were sending distress messages. Were those recent distress messages? I'll have to look and see. Which tankers are these? I don't know. I'm looking at I'm looking at marine traffic right now, but I don't. Maybe somebody can say it in the chat if they know, because I don't see it on marine traffic. But maybe I'm just not looking in the right place. But if you look here, oops, hold on a second here. If you look at marine traffic, it's all falling apart now. If you look at marine traffic, there's Bandar Abbas. I don't see any obvious tankers near Bandar Abbas where it says distress message. But maybe I'm just not looking in the right place. Anyways, if somebody wants to throw it in the chat or something, I can try and look. I don't know where it is myself. Thank you, John Jones. Thanks, John Jones. I'll check oil in a second again. Thank you, Matthew Felty, who said NY Post 12 hours ago the deal is expected to be signed electronically. Yeah, there were some reports about that, Matthew. But Vice President, again, Matthew, you seem to have this view. Matthew Felty seems to believe it'll be signed electronically and that Friday will be a formality. Let me just repeat. No one has reported that. J.D. Vance was on, I believe, Fox talking about the signing ceremony. The Prime Minister of Pakistan talked about the signing ceremony. I cannot imagine that the signing ceremony is going to be... Iran said the signing ceremony is Friday, so I can't imagine that they're all talking about the signing ceremony Friday when in fact it's already been signed electronically and it's a fake signing ceremony that's ceremonial. Again, if I hear reporting of that, I'll say so. The reports about it electronically being signed came out before today, or before all the stuff from the last few hours. So again, I have no information to suggest that Friday's signing ceremony is going to be somehow a ceremonial one and it's already been signed. I haven't seen a single report that says the deal has been signed. And Iran actually talked about how things needed to be done before it was signed. So it would make sense that it was already signed. Thank you, Matthew Felty, though. Thank you also, Elios72Com, who thinks there will be no deal. Why oil goes up then now? Trump put longs before futures open and he makes money now. Wake up. That's what Elios thinks. Thanks, Elios.
Navy and Marines. We're going to do a demonstration. We're going to have a live...
All right. We're going to keep an eye on this. If you're wondering about the weather there, for 39 minutes is when the fights are supposed to start. If you're wondering about the weather, hang on a moment. Give me a moment here. I was going to show you the weather radar. All right, here is the weather radar from WeatherWise. This is from WeatherWise. Now, where is D.C.? There's Washington, D.C. there. There's D.C. right there. Probably can see the White House. Well, anyways, there it is. So there's some storminess moving in on the weather radar. We see some rain up here and some rain down here. There is D.C. right there. There is a line of storms over here. This radar loop is about 25 minutes. Oh, did they delay the fights? One of our viewers claimed they delayed the fights. Hold on. I haven't heard that myself, but I haven't checked, so. Oh, President Trump told, hold on a second. Hold on a moment. We have an update from the New York Times. Update from the New York Times. Faytux News mentioned this. Hang on a moment. We have some news. We have some news. President Trump told the New York Times this afternoon that the agreement with Iran will assure that the Strait of Hormuz is permanently toll-free. He said, despite the objections of Netanyahu, he saved Israel from nuclear obliteration. He says if Iran fails to reach a final nuclear accord with the U.S., he would restart military attacks on Tehran or make the U.S. the guardian of the Middle East in return for 20% of the region's revenues. Okay? Let me do this real quick. Hold on a second here. Thanks to Faytux News and OSEN Technical for posting about this. All right. So again, President Trump told the New York Times that the agreement will ensure that the Strait of Hormuz is permanently toll-free. I don't know if Iran agrees with that. He had saved Israel from nuclear obliteration despite the objections of Prime Minister Netanyahu, and said if Iran failed to reach a final nuclear accord with the U.S., he would restart military attacks on Tehran or make the U.S. the guardian of the Middle East in return for 20% of the region's revenues. He talked to the 28-minute in a 28-minute phone conversation that Mr. Trump initiated from the White House and a brief follow-up call. President Trump asserted his decision to attack Iran in late February and his subsequent naval blockade of its ports after Tehran closed the strait had remade the Middle East in America's favor. Trump told the New York Times that Netanyahu should be thankful to us because if Iran had a nuclear weapon, Israel wouldn't be around for 2 hours. Trump seemed to be describing Iranian concessions that the country had not yet made or that have been kicked to the follow-up negotiations, says the New York Times. Hey, there are some fighting going on. I don't think is that not the official card going on right now? Yes. Okay. Yes. So Greg Rosenstein, who is with NBC News, says the UFC said the production of UFC Freedom 250 will start at 8 p.m. and the fights begin at 9 p.m. The fights begin at 9 p.m. Oh, they also said we anticipate inclement weather in the area. This is from UFC from a few hours ago. They said the gates for UFC Freedom 250 Fan Fest are open as scheduled. We anticipate inclement weather in the area, so attendees should plan accordingly. That looked like, one of our viewers said it was military personnel, maybe some sort of military personnel demonstration. But the official fights do not start until 9 p.m. Trump told the New York Times today that that they were still negotiating over whether Iran will suspend its enrichment for 20 years. Trump hinted he might settle for a 15-year suspension, but said Iran will forever be limited to enriching at low levels that could never be used by the military. No, I don't. I cannot broadcast the fights live. I don't have the rights to broadcast the fights. So they're not. The fights are not going to be on this channel. The Prime Minister of Ukraine, Yulia Sviridenko, said that a UNESCO World Heritage Site is on fire. The Dormition Cathedral of Kiev Pechursk Lavra, as Russians continue to strike Kiev with over a dozen ballistic missiles. Christopher Miller says it was built around 1050, one of the holiest sites in Eastern Europe. It is on fire tonight, with Russia conducting a missile and drone attack on a mass missile and drone attack on Kyiv. So that's going on. Trying to give you more updates here. Hey, thank you, The Christian Fight, for your support, by the way. I appreciate that. Also, thanks Sasiad from Poland. Sasiad said, how much to rent the White House for a wedding? Thanks also, Al-Kabara. Sorry, I'm going to try to read this right. Al-Kabar Alek Tesadi. Thanks so much. I appreciate that. From Saudi Arabia. Al-Kabar is watching from Saudi Arabia. Thank you, Matthew Felty. For being a member. Hold on a second here. Thanks also, Jackie Morgan. Jackie said there's a robust-looking squall line of storms headed right toward D.C. Could get really windy and rainy around start time or a bit after. We shall see. Thanks, Jackie Morgan. We'll keep an eye on it. Thank you, DeAndre, who thinks the deal is very unstable. Thanks for your support. I got to thank our moderators, too. Thanks, Flaps15, who says another week of work ahead. Yeah, I mean, deal supposed to be signed on Friday. We'll have to see how this goes. Thanks, Flaps15. Bonzilla, thanks for the bits. Jen Junkie, thanks for subscribing. Sweet Pyro of Cairo, thanks for subscribing over there on Twitch. And shout out to our moderators. We have moderating right now. Bite Mode, Leslie Lady Hawk, Ruth. Huge thanks for moderating over there on YouTube. Haley Girl, thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X, on Facebook. Kayla Ribati. Darren Charlo. And all of our Facebook mods. Our Twitch mods. Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, Sarah, and Surly Dev, thank you. We're keeping an eye on the White House as well, as you can see. Their UFC event there. And just keep an eye on the weather. There's weather-wise radar. That's the current weather radar there. And there is, so that's D.C. Where's D.C.? D.C. is here. This is weather-wise. There's D.C. right here. And here is the line of storms coming in. But I don't know how long it's going to take to get there. I mean, this loop is about a 28-minute loop. That's 28 minutes from there to there. So there, and I don't know if something else will pop up. These storms are pretty close now, but they're not quite there. Give me a quick moment. Here, I'll talk about the weather again in a second. I need to take about a minute. I have no water left. I need 1 minute. It's been so crazy here. I got to take 2 minutes and get some water. Just give me 2 minutes, okay? We're going to have more updates on the peace deal stuff and updates on the White House. Just give me 2 minutes. I need 2 minutes to just do a couple things. It's been crazy. All right, hang on. Give me 2 minutes. I'm coming right back. Okay, I'm back. Give me a moment here. Oh, hold on. I need one more second. I need one more second. Now I'm back. I just need a second here. We're going to talk about the weather situation. We're going to have updates about the peace deal. Please bear with me. And hang on. Where is this? Give me about 30, I need about 30 seconds. I need about 30 seconds. All right, some people wanted to know about the weather situation. All right, hold on. Let's just check out the weather situation. Then we'll get back to updates. All right, so this is weather-wise here. And, all right, now, there is D.C. Where are we? Where are we here? I'm getting lost. There is D.C. right there. There's some rain to the south of D.C., just south, popping up. The general... Sorry, I have a special weather statement here. Severe thunderstorm watch. Parts of the mid-Atlantic. The damaging wind threat may increase into this evening. Widely scattered strong storms are ongoing earlier this evening from south central Virginia into western Maryland and eastern Pennsylvania. Blah, 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 blah. Ongoing semi-discrete convention will produce a threat of damaging wind and perhaps marginal hail, and a brief tornado cannot be ruled out. Most probable peak wind gust 55 to 70, it says. So we'll keep an eye on this. Again, there is DC right there. And the last frame of the radar is there. Little rain popping up there. I have to mess with, I'm trying out weather-wise. I haven't used it much. So I got to get familiar with it more later. But at least we can see there's DC right there. And these storms, that's a half hour, it's a 28-minute loop. 28-minute loop here. But I don't know if more is going to pop up in here. Okay. So anyways, I wanted to let you know that. We'll keep an eye out. Retro Gravy says, right now overhead, it's cloudy but dry. Hey, thanks so much to What's Her Name? What's Her Name does not feel like having these fights at the White House is acceptable. That's what What's Her Name says. Thank you, What's Her Name. Thanks, Matthew Fanning, for being a member. Matthew Fanning Big. Okay, if you guys, for those, sorry, we've been trying to give you updates here at the same time as obviously covering the deal. So let's just go over this deal and let me see if I have any updates. This purported deal that will be purportedly signed Friday. Michael Weiss, who I follow, who is international affairs expert, he says that he would like to see a Israeli comment on the claim from Iranian state media that Israel is going to withdraw from Lebanon. All right, so let's take a second here, and I'm going to show you. So President Trump said that there was a deal. Let's go over what's happening. Let's go over what's happening. Trying to catch people up. Here are Trump's two posts about it. So first he said, the deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran is now complete. Congratulations to all. I hereby fully authorize the toll-free opening of the Strait of Hormuz and simultaneously herewith authorize the immediate removal of the U.S. naval blockade. Ships of the world, start your engines. Let the oil flow. But then he said, this great deal will bring peace and security to the whole region. Many presidents have tried to make peace with Iran, and all have failed before me. The leaders of the region have, for the first time, found a president who can help them achieve real peace. With the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, upon the signing of the deal on Friday, for purposes of mine removal, oil will flow on both ends again for the region. So after the first announcement, he then later said it's going to open on Friday after the signing. Okay. And now I don't even know what one of our viewers said, no, thanks for scrubbing, says no mines laid. I don't know the whole deal with the mine stuff. Strong one thinks the mine removal could take months. So I don't know about that. It's not even clear how many mines there are, if there are mines. There's been reports of being mines, but there are reports of mines, possibly, that have been laid by Iran. Oh, hold on. Oh, weather, and look at this. We have a helicopter flying in. Look at the gray sky. Hang on. Hold on a second. Hold on a second here. It looks like there's a military band a band of military members, and she is singing a cover of Paramore, a Paramore song. Give me 1 second here. Bear with me 1 second. I just wanted to update the title for a second to reflect, at least on a couple of the platforms, to reflect that the peace deal had been announced. So just bear with me 1 more second here. Thanks for your... Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I was just showing you what Trump said. All right, now hold on. I showed you that Trump had announced there's this deal that's going to be signed on Friday. We're talking about the deal. So you may not have seen what Iran said about the deal. So I want to talk about what Iran says about this deal and what Iran says is in the deal, which... Hold on a second here. Also seeing some possible report of some fighting in Iran, but the deal hasn't been signed yet. Remember, deal's getting signed on Friday. All right, so here is what Iran state media Mer News said was in the deal. Let me put this on the screen for you right now. Hold on. I'm just checking for some updates here. Oh, Tasneem says, again, sorry, it's so confusing. Here is what Mer News Iran state media said is in the deal. All right? I'm going to put this up for you right now on the screen. If I can get it up there. All right, here we go. Let's go over this for a second. Thanks for bearing with me. Okay, here is the 14 points released by Iran state media Mer about what's in this. Now, number one, again, this is what Iran state media says. Permanent and immediate cessation of war on all fronts, including Lebanon. Now, that's not specific there, but in another Iranian state media post today, it claimed that the deal includes, hold on, Iran state media claimed in a different post that the deal includes Israel removing its troops from Lebanon, which would be a huge deal. Okay? So that's a claim. We have no copy of the deal from the American side. So I don't know. I can't say what the deal says. But Iran state media claims that Israel has agreed to leave Lebanon, which would be a huge thing, huge concession. So, number 2, the U.S. commitment to non-interference in Iran's internal affairs and respect for the sovereignty of the Islamic Republic of Iran. 3, complete lifting of the naval blockade within 30 days. And actually, the Iranian Supreme National Council came out and said that their understanding is that the blockade will be lifted immediately. Yes, the Supreme National Security Council of Iran said that according to the agreements, the blockade will be immediately lifted. Immediately. Okay? Four. Oh, hold on a second. What's happening here? I don't see any lightning on the screen or anything. Just on the sky. All right, let's just keep going here. Keep going. 4. This is what Iranian state media claims is claims the agreement is. 4. The U.S. commitment to withdraw its forces from around Iran. 5. Reopening the Strait of Hormuz within 30 days under Iranian arrangements. That does not say just open the Strait of Hormuz. It says reopen the Strait of Hormuz within 30 days under Iranian arrangements. Hang on a moment here. Okay. So that would, if that's true, that's a huge deal, because again, I don't know what the actual deal is, but this is what Iranian state media is claiming the deal is. Under Iranian arrangement sounds like maybe some kind of toll or something. I don't know. No, again, to repeat, the U.S., President Trump and the U.S. have not made any public announcements about what the specific terms are. I mean, President Trump's 2 posts did say, Trump said that in his 2 posts, he said that the Strait of Hormuz will be open upon signing of the deal on Friday. He did say that. And he did say that the naval blockade would be, originally he said the Strait of Hormuz would be opened immediately and the naval blockade would be removed immediately. Then he said the Strait of Hormuz is opening after the sign on Friday, and he didn't say anything new about the blockade. But that's the only thing I've heard from the U.S. side about what's in there publicly announced. So this is just what Iran state media is claiming is in there. 6, suspension of sanctions on the sale of oil, petrochemical products, and derivatives, and full access of Iran to its financial resources. 7, the necessity of the U.S. and its allies to present reconstruction plans for Iran amounting to at least $300 billion. So Iran state media is claiming that the deal necessitates the U.S. and its allies presenting reconstruction plans for Iran, which would involve paying Iran for reconstruction for $300 billion. That's what they claim. 8, 60 days of negotiations to reach a final agreement based on nuclear issues and the complete lifting of primary, secondary U.S. sanctions and UN Security Council and IAEA Board of Governors resolutions. 9. Reiteration of Iran's commitment under the NPT treaty, which they signed like 50 years ago or so, maybe roughly 60 years ago, not to produce nuclear weapons. So basically they're saying, we're saying again what we've already said when we signed this treaty, roughly 60 years ago. We're committing to not produce nuclear weapons. 10. During the negotiation period, the U.S. has committed not to add forces in the region and not to impose new sanctions. 11. Release of $24 billion of Iran's blocked funds during the 60-day final negotiation period. Half of this amount, that would be $12 billion, must be made available to Iran before the start of negotiations. 12. Formation of a supervisory mechanism to implement the agreement. 13. The final agreement will be approved by a UN Security Council resolution. 14. Final negotiations will not begin before the release of half of Iran's blocked funds, suspension of Iran's oil sanctions, and lifting of the naval blockade. And the final agreement will only cover the fate of enriched materials and enrichment, the lifting of sanctions, and Iran's economic reconstruction plan. Discussions about Iran's missile program and support for resistance groups like Hezbollah and Hamas are definitively removed from the agenda. So that is what Iran's state media is reporting is in the deal. As I said before, I have a very hard time thinking that the U.S. will actually agree to such a deal. But if that's really what they think is in the deal and what they're demanding, well, I don't know if we're going to have a deal. By the way, I see some comments claiming that reading this is somehow supporting Iran and supporting propaganda. There's been a deal. Both sides, we have a deal announced where both sides say there's a deal. One side is saying, here's what's in the deal. I don't know why that's not newsworthy. I can't figure out why, if two sides say they make a deal and you say, here's what one side has said is in the deal, how is that supporting that side? That doesn't make any sense to me. I don't understand it. Just as I read you President Trump's post, I'm reading you Iranian state media, government-controlled media, saying this is what the deal is. I didn't tell you what to think about it. I didn't say this is part of the deal. So I don't understand how that is supporting Iran. I mean, if you're covering the news story about a deal and one side says this is what's in the deal, I would think you'd want to cover that. It's because I keep repeating. Look, I'll say this too. I mean, these streams, we stay on the air for a while because news gets developed over time. So I'm sorry if you watch for a while. I greatly appreciate people who stick around and stay with the stream. But I also want to, for people, a lot of people come in and out of the streams, as you know, and I want them to be able to hear this important news too. It's not like we repeat it every 5 minutes. And by the way, if President Trump or the U.S. government comes out with a list of what's in the deal, I will read it just like this. And I'll read it multiple times just like this. So if anybody is aware that the U.S. or President Trump has released a list of what's in the deal, please let me know, and right away I will read it. Okay, that being said, And I would argue that this is basically the most important information we have today. Because if you want to know whether there really is a deal and what's the likeliness of a deal being signed and what's in the deal, well, we have one side saying what's in it. And now I don't know if the U.S. agrees about what's in it, but if they don't agree about what's in it, that's not necessarily the best sign for this deal happening. So that's what Iran says is in it. That's what the Iran state media says is in it. Also, the Iran Supreme National Security Council said that the U.S. has committed to immediately release the blockade. But Iran is not going to according to, what's this? What's happening there? Look at the bike. Look at the bike. What's this? What's this? Look at that. No. What's happening there? What's happening there? Uh-oh, we might have lost that feed. Did we lose the feed? Nope, the feed's back. The fights are supposed to start at 9 p.m. The UFC fights. So if Iran really thinks that the blockade is supposed to begin immediately, but they're not willing to open the strait immediately, I mean, that could be an issue tomorrow. What if Iran says tomorrow, hey, U.S., you told us you were going to lift the blockade and it's not lifted yet. I don't even know if we'll get to a signing ceremony on Friday if that's the case. So we'll keep an eye on this. Our viewer, hold on a second. Joe Blankenship thinks there are two dissimilar proposals. No flipping deals of any sort. The wind looks to be picking up, says Chucky T. Plague. Here is weather-wise, guys. This is the weather here. And where? DC. Oh, hold on. There is DC right there. So some rain just missed DC. Where's the White House here? White House is right here. That's the White House right there. But some rain just went by. Just missed it, it looks like. And there's this line of storms here, but that's still, I mean, that's a 28-minute loop there. But yes, there is a severe thunderstorm watch, as one of our viewers mentioned. Severe thunderstorm watch that includes DC until 11 p.m. Eastern. Primary threats include scattered, damaging wind gusts to 70 miles an hour likely, isolated large hail events to 1.5 inches in diameter possible. Thunderstorm coverage is expected to increase this afternoon and evening within the warm, moist, and unstable environment in place across the region. A severe thunderstorm watch means conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms in and close to the watch area. Persons in these areas should be on the lookout for threatening weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Severe thunderstorms can occasionally do produce tornadoes. Oh, what's this? Hold on. I see some rain popping up. I see some rain popping up right here, guys. So there's DC, and I'm seeing some rain popping up right here. Overjuked says, I hate pop-ups. So, you see that kind of just pops up out of nothing. So will we be seeing rain in DC? We'll keep an eye on it. Gonzalez does not think they'll get rain. Retro Gravy says this is typical DC summer weather. Hey, quick thanks to Michelle Bailey. Michelle Bailey thinks they won. We used Israel as a bargaining chip and gave away all. That's what Michelle thinks. Again, we don't have a U.S. version of what's in this deal yet. Thank you so much, Michelle. Thanks, Tormented Tantalus. I really appreciate that. Tormented says whether it's our news or their news, we needed to make informed decisions. Thanks, Tormented Tantalus. I appreciate that. Thanks, Chris D, for your support. Martin Ging, Gamov. Oh, what's her name? Zotix. Zotix says president's deal is getting the Strait open. Obama could never get that done. Huh? Thanks, Martin Ging. Martin Ging says people ooh and ah at China and Russia state-of-the-art buildings. The same people clutch their pearls when Trump wants to upgrade. I do not understand it. Thanks also, Jeff, TE88PFCR, for your support. Jeff says, I don't follow Ultimate Fighting, but a great many do. So I am looking at the radar here, not to turn this into a total weather broadcast, but that is Washington, D.C. This is on WeatherWise. And you are seeing some rain. I don't know if it's going to get to D.C., but see how it's going this way? And there's D.C. Who knows? Maybe it'll subside. Maybe it'll go away. What's this here? That's a marine warning, it looks like. I need to work some more with WeatherWise and figure this out. But at least we can see the weather radar. Dark sky there. Buckminster thinks the rain is aiming straight at it. Retro Gravy says, one cell, let's see if it blooms. Let me try to get some updates. But again, one other big part of this that I didn't reiterate is that Iran state media claims that one thing Trump agreed to was that Israel would leave Lebanon, would remove its troops from southern Lebanon, which would be a huge concession by Israel. I don't know if Israel's ready to do that. Scott Bessent posted. Scott Bessent is the Treasury Secretary. Scott Bessent says, President Trump continues to make the world safer, today reaching a historic peace deal with Iran. His leadership, along with his direct engagement with allies and adversaries alike, will be recorded in history books for centuries to come. For centuries to come. Weather update. Weather update. Okay, we're looking at this weather here. There, right there is Washington, D.C. Oh, hold on a second. Look, 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 look. Oh, no. Okay. So this is getting bigger here, but that seems to be going off to the northeast. But this here is some rain, which is heading, looks like it's heading sort of towards D.C. That's a 28-minute loop. And then keep an eye also. Yeah, I think this is going to take a while, I think, to get over there. That's 28 minutes. But DC is right now. I lost sight. DC is right there. It's that dot right here. Brian Daviow says passing shower. Gonzalez says the storm to the left looks bad. Hey, a quick thanks to Brian Harold for subscribing on Twitch, Naomi Russo for your support on Twitch, and Ravenza for subscribing on Twitch. Also, shout out to our Facebook subscribers like Brian Daviow and Kristen McConnell Gates and Diane Allworth. And also Randy Economy for being subscribers on Facebook. Ooh, hold on, wait a second. Update from the White House press pool. White House press pool said about a half an hour ago, the pool hasn't received formal guidance, but we have not yet been called to gather to enter the UFC claw. It seems likely we will start late, although the delay remains unclear. President Trump was scheduled to join the event at 7:45. So now he might have gotten delayed with all of this. President Trump was scheduled to join the event at 7:45. VP Vance walked past the press room windows at 7:41 en route to the Palm Room doors. I'm supposed to have a live shot of Trump attending the event. Oh, I got another live shot too. Hang on, I have another live shot from the location. Hang on a moment, please. Please hang on a moment. I have another live shot from the venue. From AFP. All right, hold on. Let me show you this one. Let's show you this one. This is going to be, where is it? Where is it? There it is. Look, guys, it's there. It's there. Is there music? I bet there's music. Actually, I'm not even hearing volume on this feed. May just be video. There's volume on the other one. Also change the headline. Signing scheduled for Friday. Let's go back to the other shot here. So we'll keep an eye. What is the temperature in DC? I have to look that up. I gotta turn it down. Getting too much music on there. 80 degrees Fahrenheit. 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Still haven't seen comment from Netanyahu about this deal announcement. If you're wondering about oil, not that much different than when we last checked. It's down on the day. It's down about, Brent crude is down about 3.5% on the day. Trading opened about 2.5 hours ago, closed over the weekend. So down about, and if you're looking here at the 6-month chart, so when the war started, Brent crude was around 70 or 71 when the war started. Now it's at 83 after dropping. I mean, it was at, on May 20th, it was 110 on May 20th. Now, roughly a month later, it's down to 83.77. WTI crude, U.S. crude, that was about 65 at the start of the war. It was back on May 20th. It was about 104, and now it's down to 81. That's from TradingView.com. And Bitcoin has gone up some today since that announcement. Right there is when the first peace deal news started coming out. It was about 64,000 or so, and it went up to, now it's about 65,600. That is also from TradingView.com. Don Coe thinks WTI will never see 75 again. That's what Don thinks. Dan Cruz says, to the moon. Oh, look at this. We got people up there on the top, on the roof. Roof of the White House.
Okay, it's on its way.
Windy. There is the sky there. Jagatai says, looks like a nice evening. Oh, hold on. There's video of Trump. Video of Trump. Wait. Video of Trump. Where is it? It's Trump. It's Trump is going out. It's Trump right now. Look. It's Trump and Dana White from UFC. There he is. There's Trump. It's Trump. They're showing him on the big screen. They're showing him on the big screen. Come out. Oh my gosh, we have this. Hold on. Look at this. Look at this.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please rise as today's colors are presented by the Joint Armed Forces Color Guard, Military District of Washington. Welcome to UFC Freedom 250. Here is the President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Here comes Trump. There is Trump and Dana White of UFC. It's Trump and Dana White. That was
Here to honor America by singing the national anthem. Please welcome three-time Grammy Award-winning artist Zach Brown Band.
Zach Brown Band.
Armed Forces Joint Chorus.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what's so bright in the air at the twilight has been, whose cross like sand bright stars through the perilous light. For the ramparts we marched were so gallantly streamed, and the rockets
Look at the flyover. The flyover is happening right now. Flyover.